I believe it's coming through loud and clear. Again, apologize for the delay, but computers they'll have their own mind. Good morning, and thank you for coming today for the workshop on environmental training and historic preservation compliance. Today's session will be on towers and collocations. Tomorrow's session will be on the positive train control. My name is Jim Swartz. I am on staff with the Spectrum and Competition Policy Division of the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau here at the FCC. Starting it off, we will have some opening remarks and introductions, and it's my pleasure to introduce Roger Sherman. He's the Chief of the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau.
Thanks, Jim. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here to kick off this workshop on how the FCC complies with the requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act and the National Historic Preservation Act. While I represent the Wireless Bureau, these rules affect a wide range of parties, including broadcasters, public safety entities, and tower companies. So these issues span many bureaus and have to be addressed agency-wide. NEPA and NIPA are important legal obligations, and the FCC's priority is to meet our legal obligations in a manner that best advances our primary mission of making communications services available to the public. Chairman Wheeler has expressed a keen interest in this topic and wants us to be on the lookout for ways we can streamline, expedite, and simplify our efforts in this regard. So stay tuned for developments in this area as we move forward with the infrastructure NPRM that's pending. As many of you know, the FCC has relied on two key programmatic agreements for over 10 years. A number of you were involved in the creation of those programmatic agreements. We have a long history of working with all stakeholders to optimize the process, and we're going to keep doing so. Along those lines, please know that our doors are always open. Let us know if you think there are ways we can improve the process, either inside the FC or outside the FCC. I know that stakeholders in this area are not hesitant to share ideas and are vocal about changes that might be constructive to the process. That's a good thing from my perspective. And we especially appreciate the constructive way in which most groups approach these issues. I'm confident you're going to gain a lot from today's workshop. Not only will you hear from the FCC's expert staff, you'll also have the opportunity to hear from some of our federal partners, state historic preservation officers, and tribal historic preservation officers. Gaining insight into how these stakeholders approach NEPA and NIPA reviews and the challenges they currently face is going to be a unique opportunity. Also, a special thanks to PCIA for making SHPO and THPO attendance possible. Most importantly, I want to thank FCC staff from across the agency that pulled together today's workshop and work on infrastructure issues daily. Although there are too many staffers to name here, the team includes individuals from the Wireless Bureau, the Media Bureau, the Office of General Counsel, the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, and the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureaus. I hope you find today's workshop informative, and please keep in touch on these issues as we go forward. Thanks very much.
Good morning, and I'm Jeffrey Steinberg. I'm Deputy Chief of the Spectrum and Competition Policy Division. For those of you who don't know me, I manage our infrastructure work in the Wireless Bureau on the day-to-day basis. So it's my role in this, and I wanted to give you an introduction. It's good to see everybody here. I see a lot of familiar faces. I see a lot of unfamiliar faces, and that's wonderful. Also, welcome to everyone who's on the webinar, our first ever live webinar for one of these environmental workshops. And that sort of says something, the fact, the mix of faces that I see. Because as I was preparing for this workshop, what really struck me about our work in this area is the combination of continuity and change. I've been doing the infrastructure work at the FCC for more than 15 years now, going back all the way to when Roger was on the other side of the table. And we're still operating under the same statutes. We're trying to advance the same dual imperatives of protecting the environment and promoting efficient and rapid build-out of communication services. And I'm working with many of the same wonderful staff people. But at the same time, our jobs have changed with just many, many developments over the last 15 years and achievements. And I just want to go over a few of those. We negotiated the nationwide collocation agreement, followed by the nationwide programmatic agreement, which completely revolutionized our Section 106 process and turned what had been a completely disorderly mess into a basically, functioning series of steps. We negotiated the best practices with the United South and Eastern tribes. We introduced our tower construction notification system, which has grown to become the standard for relating with tribal nations. And we have ever-maturing relationships with our tribal partners. We hired our first federal preservation officer, Amos Loveday, and then when Amos moved on to other things, we hired Steve Del Sordo, and now we're on the verge of hiring a second person to assist Steve in his work. We introduced our E106 system, which again has done great things for the efficiency of our 106 process with the SHPOs and with other participating parties. We performed a programmatic environmental assessment, and we introduced the beginnings of our rules to protect migratory birds. We introduced a notice process for antenna structure registrations, and we've made that process work. We hired our first biologist, Joelle Gehring, and she has been working with us on lighting solutions that are wins for the environment and for the tower owners. We've now, over the last few years, we've been facing up to the new challenges posed by DAS and small cells, which we're still grappling with and evolving in our ways of efficiently promoting the process for those new and valuable technologies. And in the last year, we have wrestled with the great challenge of positive train control. But among all of this, one of the biggest changes that we've had has been the introduction of these annual workshops. When we started doing these 3 years ago, we weren't sure whether it would just be a one-time event. We heard from so many of you that you appreciated the chance to interact and to learn and to speak with us, that we've made it, we've made it an annual event, and we've made it bigger than ever from one year to the next. The workshops themselves also show ways that we've evolved. As recently as 3 years ago, much of the workshop was really focused on the very basics of NEPA and Section 106 compliance. We'll still be talking about some basics today, and we'll be covering new developments. We appreciate that many of you are new to the field, and we're very glad to see you here. But we'll also spend much of today looking more behind the scenes, understanding fine points, and help learning how to work together, and really trying to talk to each other and get into the depth of what all our concerns are. I truly do believe that the more we learn and the more we talk, the more that we can find better solutions to both protect our environment and heritage and to efficiently get valuable services to the public. Just to go briefly over the agenda, we're going to begin today by talking about the antenna structure registration process and then biological reviews. We'll then move into the Section 106 area. Diane Dupert is going to give a little bit of a technical tutorial and talk about issues in using TCNS and the E106 systems. Talk about some issues that we've come across in developing memoranda of agreement. We're going to have a speaker from the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation talking about archaeological issues. After lunch, talking about federal lands. And then we're finally going to have our distinguished panelists from the SHPOs and from the tribal nations. So there's just a whole lot to do. I do want to say a few words about my staff also. You'll notice that after this, my name does not appear anywhere on today's agenda. That's by design. In addition to all our accomplished outside panelists, you'll be hearing the rest of today from the people here who really make things go. And I'm going to join you in listening to them, learning from them, spending time with you on the breaks. I don't need to say anything more about everybody who's on the agenda for today. You'll meet them as we go along. I do want to acknowledge a few additional staff members who aren't on the agenda. Don Johnson and Manya Baghdadi, our two staff attorneys here in the Washington office, who I'm sure many of you have dealt with. Irene Griffith, who processes our environmental assessments. Jim Swartz, our MC today, who helps out with just about everything as needed, and Angela DeMay, intern, who's with us for the summer, has been jumped right into things. I also want to join Roger in thanking everyone we work with throughout the commission. I'm not going to repeat his list of people, but this is truly a team across organizations in the very best sense of the word. I do want to say a few words about one individual since he's our next speaker. Jeff Blackwell is the head of our Office of Native Affairs and Policy. I've known Jeff since about 2000 when he first came to the commission here as our liaison to tribal governments. He then went off to do some other things for working for a tribe for a few years, and we brought him back when the commission was ready to establish a whole office to head that office. I've learned a tremendous amount from Jeff over the years, working together with him, learning about tribal customs and just the whole tribal way of relating to the world. And he's a tremendous support to everything the commission does, but in particular our Section 106 work. So Jeff's going to have a few words to say.
Aho, SJ, Chukma, Halito. In the briefest way possible, I've just greeted you and welcomed you here in the four languages of the four tribes from which I'm descended, two from each parent. My family has deep roots on the North Plains, in Nebraska, in Oklahoma, and in New Mexico. I want to thank Jeff Steinberg. That's very kind of you. Jeff and I have known each other for about 15 years. I did not come to the commission as a person that had a background in National Historic Preservation Act or NEPA work. I certainly studied them in law school, but the commission, this entire team that Jeff referred to and that Roger referred to, has marinated in these issues over the last 15 years. So I want to add my voice to theirs to welcome you today, to give you a bit of insight into the role of the Office of Native Affairs and Policy. We are the primary conduit for the Commission on all matters involving American Indian tribes, Alaska Native villages, and entities with responsibility for the Hawaiian homelands, the homesteads of Native Hawaiians. That involves us in a great deal across the Commission. The Office of Native Affairs and Policy is housed in we're part of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, and my boss, Chris Monteith, actually has a background and has worked in 106 as well from prior work in CGB. I think perhaps one of the most important things that I could lend, and I'm going to be part of the agenda tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm splitting time today. There are about 500 tribal representatives that are across town in a meeting involving the development of tribal economies, and there are several representatives from the commission that are going to be involved in panels there. I almost wish that we could cross-pollinate the two, because one of ONAP's primary missions, one of the Office of Native Affairs and Policy's primary missions, is to ensure that tribal nations, that tribal lands, tribal communities throughout the United States achieve the benefits of modern telecommunications. And in that role, we work very closely with Jeff and Roger and their team on the infrastructure team. And I just simply cannot say enough about how that institution of an infrastructure team, which once was called the NEPA team, and is comprised of representatives from across the FCC, which Roger referred to, how that institution has grown and developed the Commission's tools to address these unique and interesting laws that apply throughout the United States. So I want to welcome you. I hope that you will think of ONAP, in addition to the infrastructure team, as a resource to you. I want to leave you with a bit, and again, the briefest perhaps of insights that I can. My mother's people are the Omaha people from northern Nebraska, and I am a member of the Incasabi clan. Inca means shoulder. Sabi means black, the black shoulder clan. It refers to the black shoulder of the buffalo, the top part of the buffalo, where the meat is perhaps the most nutritious, where it has the highest fat content. It was meat that was given to the most vulnerable within the community, elderly and young. And it is the responsibility of my clan, among others, to guide the hunt for the people. Now, that meant that a representative, an authorized representative, a leader of a spiritual leader within the Nkesibe clan, chose the time at which the entire nation of Omahas would break camp and follow the herds. So this tradition is so strong even that investigations into the history of the Omahas say that even if there were only one young Nkesibe left, a child, that it would be this child's responsibility. So in the Omaha tribe, when one is seeking to respond to a notification in the tower construction notification system or proposed construction in our processes, the Omaha tribe, in a very modern way, must account for that traditional knowledge to account for the potential of an impact with that particular history in mind. I can assure you this occurs in a very modern way. It was my cousin at one point in time who was the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Omaha tribe. Indian country is very much only 2 degrees of separation, not 6. So with that, I do look forward to participating in the agenda. I will be back. I do want to say a special thank you to PCIA, add to Rogers, thank you, and a special welcome to representatives from Grand Ronde, from Standing Rock, and from Coshada, who I look forward to hearing what they have to say as well. So, Mado, and welcome. Thank you very much.
Before we get started with the presentations, I'd like to mention a few housekeeping items. We have sign-up sheets for attendees in the press at the back of the table. I guess you've already seen those. We also have a couple of other documents on the back table. The program includes the agenda for the day and the speakers' bios. We also have a list of local eateries that are nearby. We are streaming the workshop live on the web today. This is an interactive workshop, and we are hoping there will be time for questions during each panel. If you are here in the room, you can submit your questions on note cards provided. We have staff available to collect them from you. If you are watching remotely, you can submit questions via email to livequestions, that's plural, livequestions, @fcc.gov. Please include your name and company affiliation with all the questions. Please. They're working on that. That's correct. Please submit your questions throughout the day as soon as you think of them. Given the volume of questions and time constraints, we're starting a little late here, we will try to get as many questions in as possible. We will now begin with the first speaker, Aaron Goldschmidt. He is our Assistant Chief, the Spectrum and Competition Policy Division.
I see my name tag's here, so I guess I should sit over here. Good morning, everybody. Do I have the, what's up here? Aha. Working out the kinks, apologies. All right, so I'm here to talk about the ASR environmental notification process. In December 2011, the Commission released an order on remand, which basically set up the procedural measures to ensure that the environmental effects of proposed towers would be considered prior to construction. And that order took effect on June 18, 2012. So it applies to a number of different registrations within the ASR system. It applies to all new tower registrations unless a different federal agency, has taken responsibility for the review or we grant a waiver. Modifications to an existing tower registration also require the notification process. If the height is substantially increasing, which generally means more than 10%, if lighting is being added to a previously unlit tower, or if existing lighting is going from a more preferred to a less preferred lighting configuration. And basically that means that if you're adding red steady lights to a tower that's already lit, that is less preferred. Otherwise, everything else is the same level of preference. If you have a pending application and you make changes, the ones listed here, that is a change in type of structure, or the location coordinates, or an increase in height, or a change to a less preferred lighting system, or if an environmental assessment is required, any of those situations, the item has to go back on notice. ASR registrations that aren't subject include all collocations, as well as modifications that don't involve substantial increase in size or a change to a less preferred lighting system. Also towers that do get that other federal agency review as the lead agency. Thank you. Replacement towers, we created a new category with those rule changes so that if a replacement tower is in the same location, the lighting remains the same or at least or becomes more preferable, there's no substantial increase in size and no construction or excavation more than 30 feet beyond the tower, in that situation the application is not subject to the environmental notification process. So basically, the FCC Form 854 is how you register a tower, and it's completed in 2 steps. The first step is asking for basic information about the applicant as well as the tower characteristics. So that includes ownership information, the contact information, the location, height, and type of structure, the lighting and marking that's anticipated, whether another agency is going to be the lead agency, and the national notice date, and whether an EA is included. For ASR towers, to get registered, you need to have the FAA study number and the lighting description provided. You don't have to submit the FAA study number during Part 1 as long as you provide it in Part 2. However, you do need to put anticipated lighting in the application, even if you don't have the FAA study number, so that parties can comment on it and know what the heck it's supposed to be. Once the 854, all that stuff is completed, you'll get an FAA file number, and you provide local notice at that point by means of publication in a local newspaper or other means. And the information to be included in local notice can be found at that link there, which is fcc.gov/ASR/local notice, local notice all one word. A question we've gotten is whether you can do your historic preservation notice at the same time you do your local notice under the environmental notification process, and the answer is yes. But to do so, you need to satisfy the timing requirements of both provisions and clearly describe and distinguish the requirements that the 2 different provisions require. And just a reminder that any comment that substantially relates to historic properties should be sent to the appropriate SHPO or THPO. So after you get local notice provided, that's when the national notice begins, and it's up on the FCC's website for 30 days. If local notice doesn't take place on or before the selected national notice date, you should amend the national notice date to select a later time so it's consistent with the local notice date. And if you don't do so, you may have to redo national notice and start the process over. So local notice and national notice, of course, would provide members of the public an opportunity to file a request for further environmental review. So if there are no requests for further environmental review, and if the appropriate bureau determines that the application doesn't require anything else for the environmental processing, the applicant can complete Part 2 of the 854. You can go onto your ASR website, onto the ASR website, and you'll be able to have a list of towers that are eligible for Part 2 completion. Part 2 is very simple. It requires you to provide the FAA study number and issue date if you didn't already provide it in Part 1. Provide the date you did local national notice, and certify that the tower will have no significant impact on the environment. If all this is done, the 854 will be deemed complete, and you'll get a registration number. Excuse me. So that's the basic process. If you need to seek a waiver, well, the 854 allows applicants to seek a waiver for emergencies, and that's question 45. Subsequent to creating the form, we realized there may be other circumstances that you may need to seek a waiver. And so question 45, if you do need to seek a waiver, just check yes on there, even if it's not an emergency, and you'll be required to provide an explanation whenever you check yes to that box. So let's go over a couple of the waivers that we have encountered that we know that we have a standard process for dealing with. If you have a structure that was in place prior to the effective date of the order, that is June 18th, 2012, you don't have to do environmental notice, but you need to submit a waiver indicating that when the structure was constructed and indicate that you're not making any changes to the height or lighting of the structure. Depending on the circumstances, the applicant may be subject to enforcement for failure to register, basically when a tower should have been registered previously, but it wasn't. We understand that it can also happen that it didn't need to be registered previously, and circumstances changed that required registration. In that case, that would not entail enforcement. Generally, for lighting, notice has to be provided if the lighting's changed to a less preferred style. However, if you are if the registration information is not correct and that the tower is being lit in a different manner than indicated in ASR, we want to get that changed quickly. You don't have to go through the notice process to correct lighting that's already in place, to reflect lighting that's already in place, rather. The waiver should indicate when the current lighting took effect, and also that no changes are being made to the lighting, and that's also subject to enforcement possibility. This slide says correction of lighting. The situation also applies if you need to change coordinates of a tower to correct the actual coordinates, or the height is wrong. Generally speaking, you will not need to go through the notice process to get those updated into ASR. About a year ago, we established a process for temporary towers that they do not require registration. They do require registration. They don't require notification. If they will be in use for no more than 60 days, the FAA doesn't require marking or lighting. It'll be under 200 feet and involves no or only minimal ground disturbance. Your waiver request should provide an attachment that indicates that the proposed tower meets those criteria. And currently, we are considering making those rules permanent in the infrastructure notice of proposed rulemaking. I mentioned earlier that environmental notification isn't required if another agency is being the lead agency. Just to clarify, there are two possibilities there. If the proposed structure is located on federal land and the landholding agency has assumed lead agency responsibility to conduct the environmental review, or if a federal agency has assumed lead agency status through an agreement with the Commission. At present, we do not have any such agreements with other agencies, so if you're seeking other federal agency review, it would be the first bullet there. When another agency is a lead agency, they have to conduct a review. They can't just rely on a categorical exclusion. So in that case, you need to submit either the environmental assessment and the FONSI, or the environmental impact statement and the record of decision. So if we do receive a request for further environmental review, the applicant has the right to file an opposition, and the requester can file a reply to the opposition. The FCC tries to get most of these requests resolved within days after the pleading cycle ends. And to that end, the more responsive your pleadings are to in your opposition, the more quickly and accurately we can make that determination. So if the request is denied, the FCC will notify the parties, and then the applicant can complete Part 2. If the request is granted, we will ask you to submit an EA, and then the application will have to go back on national notice, but does not require local notice. And there's a page there with additional resources, a little long, but this will be available on the web later if you don't want to write it down. So that's the end of my prepared statement. Do people have questions?
Actually, if
the
people
question-
in the room have questions, raise your hand, and Aaron will get you a card and write it down.
I'll tackle that question, though.
Oh, okay.
Okay. If I understand the question, what type of, as far as what sort of comments, requests for environmental review, very often we have concerns about endangered species in the area or migratory birds in the area. Sometimes we get complaints about RF or about the fact that it's not an attractive presence in their community. Obviously, we treat requests in the manner which, we treat requests based on the relevance to the rules.
Excuse me. Yeah, the process is we're trying to get in as many questions as possible. So if you're in the room, submit your questions on note cards. We'll have folks coming around and picking up the note cards. And that should take care of it from in the room. Of course, if you're watching remotely, submit your questions via email, which is livequestions@fcc.gov.
The question that I have before me is, can the aggrieved party seek reconsideration of the denial of a request for further environmental review? The answer is yes, they can, or he or she can. I'm not sure I'm really able to do anything with this question, but the question is, the FAA's one engine inoperative rule proposal might have potential impact on tower heights between 160 feet and 200 feet. Have you given any thought on how it might affect these regulations? And roughly how many towers nationwide might be impacted? Offhand, I'm not sure how many towers are between 160 and 200 feet. And the answer is, I don't believe we were aware of this proposed regulation. We will take a look at it. All right. Well, thank you very much. Oh, there is a question. Okay, sorry. What is required for another federal agency to be considered the lead agency, specifically the Bureau of Land Management? All right, so first off, as I said, it has to be on the land. So Bureau of Land Management has a lot of property where the tower can be constructed, so certainly that can be the case. In that case, if they have conducted, for instance, an environmental assessment and reached a FONSI decision or EIS and record decision, the applicant can, they completed the environmental processing for that particular tower, and they have finalize it, that can be submitted for under this provision. You don't have to do anything special, specific beyond that, as long as the tower's environmental effects were considered by that other agency, landholding agency. Is that responsive? Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Joelle Gearing, and I'm the biologist for the FCC. Is the volume okay?
Yep.
Okay, good. And I joined the FCC as the biologist in 2012, and before that I was a research scientist with Michigan State University, and I worked on looking at wildlife, the implications and impacts on wildlife from communications towers and wind turbines and other endangered species issues I was working on. I did my PhD I worked on my PhD at Purdue University, master's at West Virginia University, but I'm originally from Wisconsin, and I went to University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point. So, let's see, the next slide, good. I'm the person who you interact with when it comes to endangered species and migratory birds. I also work with the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act, etc. So, but I try to work with you to minimize or eliminate any adverse impacts on these biological considerations. So, one of the things that I didn't include last year, but I wanted to just point out, it's not just endangered species and migratory birds and bald and golden eagles. We are also answering some pretty straightforward questions in the first part of the biological review. And that's to see, is the potential tower located in a wilderness area, wildlife preserve, floodplain, wetland, etc.? And if no, you can provide the documentation and maps to that effect. And if yes, you can provide the appropriate approvals, permits, grants, etc. It's pretty straightforward. But when we get into the threatened and endangered species realm, things become a little more detailed and complicated, I guess, for you and I anyway. And although I try to keep it as minimally complicated as possible. And but when we're looking at the threatened and endangered species issues, we look specifically at the Commission's rules, where we talk about we need to determine whether any proposed facilities may affect listed, threatened, or endangered species, or designated critical habitats, or are likely to jeopardize the existence of those things. And you are also required to notify the FCC and file an environmental assessment if any of these conditions exist. Okay, so I want to also point out that this is not just animals. Oftentimes we think about animals as being more charismatic, and it just comes to mind first. But we also need to deal with endangered plants as well. And oftentimes that is an issue for some projects. So in order to determine whether we have threatened and endangered species or critical habitats at your site, most people in the past have worked specifically with Fish and Wildlife Service field offices. And now we're moving into a new realm where the Fish and Wildlife Service has a new tool out an online tool, and it's called IPAC, or Information Planning and Conservation. It's quite user-friendly. It's still in development, but it is usable at this point. And there are handouts on both tables, and there are two piles that look very similar. But if you look at the title, one of them is specifically for positive train control, and the other one is for general tower applications. So I encourage you to pick one of those up as you go out the door. And that gives you specific steps to take in order to use this system. And as I mentioned, it's quite user-friendly, though. I'm going to take you through a couple of the steps. I'm going to see how clear that is. Well, the handouts have all this information anyway. But basically what you'll be doing is going to this website, which is provided on the handout, and you'll select initial project scoping up in here. It's a very tiny laser pointer, but hopefully you can see it. And then you can either zoom in on this map and actually pinpoint where your project is, or if you have GIS or Geographical Information Systems shape files, you can upload those as well. And so once you upload your shapefiles or select where your project will be, at that point you can go to the next screen, push continue, and you can select the type of tower that you have, or the type of structure you have, the type of development you have, not the type of tower. It's communications tower, and I think that another possible option you could select would be just like infrastructure development. I think communications tower is the best option for most projects. And once you select that and press continue, you will be taken to the next screen, which provides a small map of where your project is. It provides you with the contact information for the appropriate field office, should you need to contact them. And it also takes you through the Endangered Species Act species that are in that area. This is all part of the same screen, but I wanted to make it a little bit larger for you. So I put it on two slides, but you'll get a list of the endangered and threatened species. You'll get a list of the critical habitats, if there are any, in your project area. It will also show you if you have any national wildlife refuges, any birds to consider for Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Now, let me rephrase that. They have a section on the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. It's not complete for the entire country at this point, and not every migratory bird that's on the list for the nation is going to be included here. From what I understand, they're going to only include birds of conservation concern, or BCCs, which is a select few, well, not few, probably about 200 migratory birds that are protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, but have extra protection on the list of birds of conservation concern. So that may or may not be of great help to you, but it still will be present eventually. And then the last category, you'll be able to see if you have any wetlands that are in the National Wetlands Inventory. So it's going to be, I think, quite useful for people. I've spoken with a few people who have used it in communication tower projects, and they find it quite user-friendly. One thing that is important to remember if you have a shapefile with many structures on it, maybe, like for example, positive train control, where you have a lot of towers going in or a lot of poles going in a certain area. When you put in one shapefile with multiple poles in it, it's going to give you the results for the entire area between those poles, as well as where the poles are. So your potential for having a hit with an endangered species or a critical habitat goes up, instead of just entering in individual pole sites. So that is one thing that I've been talking with the Fish and Wildlife Service about, to try to make it a little more user-friendly for people, but we're not quite there yet. And at this point, we need to enter in each pole geographically in order to get results for that pole or tower. Okay? All right, so once you get some of these results, if you don't have any threatened or endangered species or habitat, then You can include those search results in an EA if you have to prepare an EA, or otherwise just keep them on file for future reference. But if you do have endangered species or threatened species that are in the county or counties, which is considered your action area, but they would not be affected by the development, you can explain how you don't feel that this would be an impact onto these endangered species, how you formed that decision, and keep those on file as well. And let's see. Okay, and on to the next slide. All right, if the proposed antenna structure may affect but is not likely to adversely affect, you can provide a letter from the Fish and Wildlife Service, if you can get one, concurring with that opinion. And oftentimes there are some mitigative or mitigation steps you might need to take, and sometimes those are as simple as timing your construction around a nesting season or a hatching season, and or something like not removing roost trees. A common example is Indiana bat, where in a FONSI that you might eventually get, it will say something about the timing of the construction needs to avoid a particular time of the year, and you are not allowed to remove any roost trees. So sometimes those situations are easily navigated. Okay, if endangered or threatened species are present, and if the proposed antenna structure may affect those and are likely to adversely affect, then it's the time when you need to prepare a formal biological assessment. And you need to provide that formal biological assessment to the FCC and form a consultation with the Fish and Wildlife Service. Okay, so migratory birds is the next section we're going to move on to. And it's estimated that 4 million to 50 million bird fatalities occur at communications towers every year in the United States. And almost all of these are violations of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. So we have some more specific, that's quite a wide range, 4 million to 50 million, but Longcore et al., 2012, a fairly recent publication, estimated with higher quantification skills that we have about 6.8 million per year in the United States and Canada. We're still talking a lot of migratory birds. Okay, and so in general, these are songbirds, warblers, vireos, tanagers, thrushes, sparrows. We do have some shorebirds and waterfowl as well who are colliding with communications towers. But in general, these are the birds that when you walk through the woods, you're hearing. Typically not the birds that you'll see at your bird feeder. And they tend to be small night migrants, and they use, it's quite incredible, and I'll try not to talk about this too much, but they use stellar constellations, magnetic fields, landmarks, and polarization of light in order to navigate sometimes from one tree in Canada all the way to a different tree in Mexico, year after year after year. And I have trouble navigating through Portals 1 in the FCC building, and I can read. These guys they're quite amazing that they can do this. The polarization of light and all of these things throughout a night of migrating are changing. The stellar constellations are changing, the polarization of the light's changing, and they're taking all of that into account in their brains that are the size of my thumbnail, if they're lucky, and navigating from Canada down to Mexico, literally with the preciseness of one tree to another tree in many instances. Quite impressive. Okay, so but why are we not seeing towers with dead birds under them everywhere? Because not every tower is involved in avian collisions as equally as other towers. Many variables go into whether this is occurring. Oftentimes weather is an issue. If we have inclement weather or low visibility conditions, fog, snow even, rain, that can obscure their navigational triggers, and they oftentimes can become confused and drawn into the lights of anything. And communications towers tend to be tall, and they tend to be drawn into those structures. Okay, tower support systems, whether towers guide or unguide, that really is important in determining whether birds will collide with that structure or not. Tower heights are important, tower lighting systems, and also the location in the landscape. When I was doing some research in Michigan, as well as some other, in New Jersey, I did some work there as well, we learned that towers with guy wires are involved in more avian collisions than other communications towers. So in this particular figure, look at these left graphs, and this small bar down here are the towers without guy wires. So those are the self-supported or lattice structures or monopoles, many different names for those. But if it has guy wires, it is significantly more likely to be involved in avian fatalities. Same graph, but a different issue. We also learned that taller structures are involved in significantly more avian collisions. And this, just a quick reference, these towers over here were involved, they were over 1,000 feet tall. These towers here were about 470 feet tall, AGL. And so we see significantly more avian collisions with taller towers. All right, and this slide is looking at tower lighting. And when I say steady burning lights, many of you might refer to those as L810s, side markers, non-flashing, etc. But we're talking about the same lights, those lights that don't flash, the little red ones. And we're also talking about tower lighting configurations at night. Tower lighting configurations during the day, as far as we know, don't have an impact on whether birds are colliding, but tower lighting systems at night are critical. Okay, so what we learned in this portion of the study, and it's been validated in other studies as well, is that those towers with steady burning lights on them, or L810 side markers, are involved in significantly more avian collisions. And those towers without have significantly fewer collisions. We found this to be true on towers that were, again, medium height, or 470 feet tall, as well as towers that were over 1,000 feet tall. Okay, so we find very consistent results. And when we were doing this study in Michigan over several seasons, we used temporary FAA lighting variances to accomplish that. Okay, so this is to emphasize that point even further. We have a 50 to 70% reduction in avian collisions by eliminating, we see this decrease by eliminating these steady burning side marker L810 lights. Okay, and 50 to 70% of millions is a lot of birds and a lot of violations of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. And this is something that we all need to consider. In a recent meeting, Fish and Wildlife Service meeting with the Council for the Conservation of Migratory Birds, which is a group of federal agencies, the Fish and Wildlife Service mentioned that they are progressing toward an incidental take permit for the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, which will allow increased enforcement of that act. And so that is something that is expected in next several years. So it's something that can be very helpful for us to know. Okay, so what are our options? All right, so for lighting towers at night, what can we do if we have to stick within the FAA recommendations? And the only nighttime tower lighting at this time, actually almost at this time, that's allowed is the white flashing light system. So the style B does not include a steady burning red light. So that's the only option without a steady burning red light on it. However, it is not very friendly for the neighbors, and some zoning areas prohibit it. Okay, but style A does have a steady burning light at night, as well as style E, which is the dual system, style F, another dual system for taller towers, and they all include the side markers that don't flash. But thankfully, in May 2012, the FAA completed a conspicuity study and determined that towers lit with red lights at night, it was safe for those tower operators to extinguish those side markers. It was safe for the aviators using the area, and it was accepted for communications towers owners to eliminate those steady burning red lights following a process that the FAA has set out. So this is a new option. It can be used on new and existing towers. I've only heard of one situation where it required people to be climbing the communications tower, and that's oftentimes a big expense and something to consider. So it can be done from the ground. And currently we are waiting for, for the advisory circular for the FAA to be revised to include those determinations. But at this time, the FAA is approving these lighting systems for towers over 350 feet, and they do send a letter that states clearly that this is an accepted FAA lighting system. So you have some coverage that way, even though it's not in the new advisory circular. Well, it is in the new advisory circular, but the advisory circular isn't completely released yet. We're getting closer every day. But this, I do want to point out that this is for towers that are greater than 350 feet. And for those towers that are less than 350 feet, the FAA is not comfortable with completely extinguishing the side markers because the tower would be only lit with one level of lighting at that time. So the FAA is currently developing a flashing side marker that will be on towers less than 350 feet. It will be synchronized with the top light on the tower, and it will allow the tower to go completely dark in between flashes, but still have two levels of lighting for aviator protection. Okay, one of the great things about this lighting option is that it is a win-win for everybody. It reduces migratory bird collisions by as much as 70%, and it reduces tower lighting costs. It reduces the maintenance, the construction costs, as you don't even need to install these side markers, and it reduces the energy costs. So we're saving money, and we're reducing Migratory Bird Treaty Act violations, which looks good to everybody, and it's a positive step. Okay, in new applications that are coming through, I'll be talking about that in a second. Towers greater than 450 feet, if you have an application that's coming through, it's likely that you will be asked to use this new lighting system. Let's see, and many tower companies right now are actually proactively changing their existing towers, which helps them reduce costs and reduces migratory bird collisions. Okay. So this is a process that you need to go through. We can't just go out to our towers now and change our flash rates and extinguish our side markers. There's another handout on both tables on either door, both doors, and that handout goes specifically through the steps that you need to do in order to extinguish those side markers. But I'll go through them very quickly right here. As I mentioned, there's a specific process you need to go through. If you have an existing FAA study number, which existing towers would, then the process takes, honestly, about a week. I've had it take as short as 2 hours, and I've had it take a little bit longer. But it can be very helpful to make a quick phone call to your FAA contact and just say, hey, this isn't a big change. Can we get this done a little faster? And most of the time it speeds things up very quickly and is very helpful. And again, once the FAA approves this new lighting system for your particular tower, they will send a letter of determination verifying that it is an FAA-approved system. Okay, so again, after that, we just need to update your your registration with the FCC, and those are approved very quickly and within the same time frame as the tower would be approved otherwise, depending on the steps that you're taking, EA or not EA, etc. All right, so this saves money immediately as well as minimizes bird collisions. Honestly, some of the studies have shown that as soon as those side markers are turned off, that the birds that are circling will during migration will actually disperse within 10 minutes. So it's a very quick response, a very quick positive response. Okay, so if we're looking at a new tower application for a structure over 450 feet, we will be expecting an environmental assessment prepared for those communication tower applications. And we would like those structures to include, or that those EAs to include a portion specific to migratory birds, as well as the other standard sections. And we are also hoping that you will seek comment from the Fish and Wildlife Service on migratory bird issues. I will be talking to you, if you don't already come to me, with your lighting variance, your lighting determination with no steady burning side markers. I will ask you to do so. And I will also be suggesting and recommending that you use motion detector lighting on any outbuildings. And this is for the same reason. As I mentioned, these are steady burning or non-flashing lights that are attracting birds to these structures, and we don't even want steady burning lights on the buildings below or around in the area. Most people are using motion detector lights anyway, but we like to encourage that as much as we can. Same reason. Okay, but if you're submitting an application for a tower between 350 and 450 feet, I will ask you and request, but it will not be required. There's no EA required, and I will ask you for no steady burning lights on this structure as well, and also suggest motion detecting lights on those outbuildings. Okay, and I need to qualify. Most towers, 354 to 450 feet, do not require an EA unless there's another sensitive issue, such as threatened endangered species. Okay, and another thing I want to point out is that for those towers that are shorter than 350 feet, at this point, the FAA and the lighting industry is recommending LED lighting systems for those structures, because once we have more specific guidance from the FAA on a flashing side marker, the LED lights will be much easier to adjust to meet those side flashing requirements. So, and when we have a mixture of technologies such as incandescent light mixed with xenon or something like that, it's nearly impossible, or I've heard, actually the only word I've heard is impossible, to make them flash at the same rate and in a consecutive manner. Okay, so in summary, tower lights are a big thing when it comes to endangered species and migratory birds. Building lights is also something that's important. And I encourage you to contact the Fish and Wildlife Service if you do have any threatened endangered species to consider. I encourage you to use the new IPAC system, which seems like it would be a great option for you guys. And occasionally, I'm just going to throw in the bird flight diverter. Occasionally, the Fish and Wildlife Service will recommend bird flight diverters for some structures that have potential for diurnal or daytime bird collisions. And we don't have a lot of data on communications towers and bird flight diverters, but we do for utility lines. And so oftentimes the Fish and Wildlife Service is suggesting those in some cases where you have endangered birds nearby that may collide during the day. Okay, and this is very exciting to me because all of this is within our control. Our ability to minimize bird collisions is really within our control, and it's a win-win for everybody. And a 70% reduction in millions of birds is a lot of birds. And we have the opportunity, you guys in this room, and we at the FCC. So we designed it to be a win-win, and I encourage you guys to take advantage of that. Okay, and then I also encourage you to contact me anytime. You can call me, email me, and if you have any questions, concerns, Or it would be really awesome if you told me how many tower lights you changed. That would be very cool. You can call me, text me anytime, repeatedly, if you want. Okay, and now I would like to take any questions you might have.
There's a couple of procedural questions. One's with the handouts.
While she's digesting the questions, I'd just like to remind you, those sitting in the audience, you can submit your questions in writing, and if you would also include your name and company affiliation, we would appreciate that. For those watching remotely, the same request would be made. There was a one question on if this would be available, today and tomorrow's presentations would be available, and yes, they will be online at www.fcc.gov/events, and then you just pull up the FCC events and look for that today and tomorrow's dates. Thank you.
Just focus on the ones
Okay.
you can.
All right.
And
Okay.
just to clarify, the handouts that Joelle mentioned that are at the table, those will be posted on the website with the slides as well.
Okay, I believe that Jeff just mentioned the slides as well. So that's handouts and also the slides will be online. Okay, there's two questions. Okay, I have a question. Does the IPAC tool account for state protected species in addition to federally protected species? As far as I know, it does not. That is a Fish and Wildlife Service tool, and so state protected species will not be considered. And I know many tower applicants are making a really strong and admirable effort to consider those state protected species as well in their construction. Okay, another question. Do FCC project applicants need to factor state protected species into the FCC NEPA review? And as I mentioned, I know many tower applicants do consider them, but it is not actually required. Would you say that's completely accurate? We answered that?
The state may require it, but we do not.
The state may require it. That's a good clarification. I knew Aaron would know the answer to that. Okay. For state-listed species, are we required to contact and get approvals from the state natural heritage programs for state-listed species, or is the IPAC sufficient? For us, again, the IPAC is sufficient, or the Fish and Wildlife Service is sufficient. For states, they might have more strict rules on that. Okay. And this question I don't really completely understand. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay.
What is
Yeah. Okay. The question is, what is a bird flight diverter, and can I describe how it's used? Yes, bird flight diverters are they're a diversity of manufacturers, and they actually diversity of diverters. But basically, they are little things that are attached onto the guy wires of guide towers, and there's a recommended spacing for these bird flight diverters. And basically, it's to assist with birds being able to see those guy wires when they're moving through the area. Most of the biology suggests that nighttime migrants aren't seeing them. Their eyesight at night is not a whole lot better than ours is at night. And so they're really probably not that beneficial for night migrants, but for daytime birds who are moving through the area. It's an example that always comes to mind is a tower that was proposed to be constructed in a wetland with endangered species of rails nearby. So we have these endangered birds. They're all around. They are probably going to be moving from a nest site to a feeding site during the day. And in that situation, the Fish and Wildlife Service requested that the tower applicant install bird flight diverters, which the applicant did indeed do that. And that, we hope, allowed the birds to actually see the guy wires when they were moving through the area more effectively. As I mentioned, we really could use some great research on that, hint, hint, and on whether bird flight diverters work that well on communications towers, but we do know that they work well on utility lines, where we have maybe a wetlands on either side of a power line, and we put bird flight diverters on those lines, and it significantly reduces bird collisions with those wires. So we've applied the same idea to communication towers and guy wires. There's one more thing I wanted to say about that. Oh, yes. It is critical that if you're going to use these, that you try to install them before the tower goes up. It is possible to install them on existing towers, but I've heard it is much more expensive to install them on a structure that's already erected. If you can do it as the tower is being constructed, it is much cheaper, is what I've heard, and easier.
One more question.
Okay.
The question is Fish and Wildlife, is it required on no effect findings? And the answer is no. Just take the first part of the question.
Okay. Okay, the question is, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service consultation and concurrence automatically not required on no effect findings, or does the consultant need to check the preferences of the local field office? You do not. The answer is no. I don't know what you wrote here, but you said no, and the answer is correctly no. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, guess what? We're going to take a break. About 15 minutes, and then if you will reconvene in this room. Thanks for the slow start, your patience with that. And we're on a time constraint, so we're going to be going forward with the rest of the program. I would like to do my reminder, if I could. And those sitting in the audience can submit the questions by writing them on the note cards. Please include your name and company affiliation. Those watching remotely can submit the questions via email at livequestions@fcc.gov. Of course, they're already aware that the website for this is www.fcc.gov//live. So, well, there's one additional point I didn't mention earlier, that at the end of the conclusion of today and the conclusion of tomorrow, these training sessions will be available on www.fcc.gov/events. The next speaker will be Steve Del Sorto. Where's Steve? So I believe we're pretty well seated now. Okay. Thank you very much. And the next speaker will be Steve Del Sorto.
I'm waiting for people to take their seats, and then we'll get started. And let me introduce the folks with me. I'm Steve Del Sorto. I'm the agency's Federal Preservation Officer. And I think I've had this job now for 8 years. I've forgotten. 7 or 8 years. And my background is... I think you need to speak into the microphone so the people on the right. Okay, thank you. My background is I have my bachelor's degree in anthropology, so I started out in archaeology, and then shifted to American history and then American studies for my PhD work. And I've been doing this kind of work, the Section 106 process, for better than 30 years. So I've seen lots of things. And with me is Diane Dupert, who has a new title this year. She's the Assistant Chief of our Technology Systems Division, and she's the one that Anne Marie and I turned to for help with the technology of TCNS and E106. And she's an important part of this process. And then Anne-Marie Vibieski down at the end is, she has the title of senior attorney, which doesn't really say what she does. She's the one who makes TCNS work. Anne-Marie is the one that talks to the tribes all day long and helps resolve issues. She does all the training, and the success of TCNS is because of Anne-Marie. And what we want to talk about today during our session, and we only have about a half an hour, so we don't have very much time. And so one of the things that I'd like to encourage you to do while I go through a brief PowerPoint presentation with some key issues that we've encountered over the past year is that if you have questions about TCNS or E106, why don't you write them down now and pass them to the folks that pick up questions rather than waiting until the very end, and so that we can be as efficient and effective in that. And that applies to the folks that are on watching us across the country through the live stream. If you would send your questions to the Jim, what is the email address? Live questions?
Correct.
Live questions at fcc.gov.
Live. Just the word live.
Okay, all right. That would be very helpful. Thank you. Okay. I should have brought my other glasses. I can hardly see that. TCNS and E106, some of this is a reminder. TCNS and E106 are secure databases that are housed on our servers. And that means that the information that is on there is protected. We've never had problems with security breaches with those systems. The second point is very important, especially for our new licensees, or people that are new to the Section 106 process. The use of TCNS ensures, thank you, ensures that the appropriate tribal nations are notified. We have a lot of people that will come to us and say, why do I need to use TCNS? Well, that's the only real way we have of knowing that you've contacted the appropriate tribes, because the tribes set their geographic preferences, and those are established through the TCNS process. And almost all the federally recognized tribes use TCNS. The big bonus also for Anne-Marie and myself is that it permits Anne-Marie and I and some other staff members, Don Johnson has access, and so does Manya, to have access to the E106 system. We can look at your information, your filings very quickly. We don't have to wait for you to email things through our firewalls. I don't have to wait for paper, and I will tell you right off the bat that I prefer not to get paper, because paper is delayed in being sent to my desk, because it has to go through an irradiation process off-site. It's actually somewhere in Maryland. So it takes a while to get here, and if it's a thick document with lots of color photographs, the irradiation process fuses all the paper together, so it just doesn't work. And I will mention that especially for those folks who go through the Connecticut Siting Council and send me these big, thick, nicely bound volumes of several hundred pages. They're fused solid. It does, TCNS and E106 require an FRN, a FCC registration number. They're easy to get, and Diane's help desk can help you with that. Also, please take the online training, and that is posted?
Yes.
Okay, it is posted. Yeah, if you know what the email address is.
I don't know what the website is.
Okay. But there is,
you can access the online training from the TCNS E106 webpage.
Okay, very good. Very good, thank you. You should know that E106 pulls TCNS information into the Form 620 and 621, so it's very, very user-friendly. E106 especially saves time in completing the Form 620. You can work at it, at 621 as well. You can work at it slowly each day as you build in the information, and as long as you touch that draft filing in Form 620 or 621 once every 30 days, it saves it. It also provides a record of the process. You may not recognize this, but a lot of SHPOs especially don't keep FCC Form 620s or 621s beyond a couple of years. So if you're coming back to us 4 years later, 5 years later, wanting information on that Section 106 process because of a co-location, I don't have the information. The state probably has thrown it away. So it's incumbent upon the tower proponent, whether it's a licensee or a tower company, to keep that information handy with whoever owns the tower, or whoever has the compliance folder, because these things don't stay at the state level. And for help with TCNS, SHPOs and tribal nations should give either myself or Anne Marie a call. In past presentations, I've always given you folks my phone number. You still can call me, and my phone number is on the notepads that are over at the table. But if you call and I don't answer, you're going to get a note saying, please send me an email. And actually these days, because we have so many projects, emails work the best. This last year, when you were counting in TCNS, we got, 14,000 projects? So that's a lot of information to come and keep track of. And sometimes I'll remind you, if you send me stuff, to resend it to me in a couple of days. I was on vacation the past 2 weeks, so a lot of you got emails from me saying, remind me on Thursday or Friday, and I'll get back to you, just because there's so much to do. And it's been mentioned, Mr. Steinberg mentioned it earlier today, that the agency is hiring someone to assist me, a cultural resource specialist. You have no idea how happy I am that I'm going to have somebody else to take up some of those phone calls. So that's what I wanted to say. Those are my quick points about TCNS E106. It's a safe, secure system. It makes it easy to communicate with the FCC. All the federally recognized tribes use TCNS. Sometimes they drift in and out as they go through elections and do some staff changes, but they always come back because Anne Marie always gets them back. And that's one of the benefits of having Anne Marie do this kind of work. But the other piece is that it helps us help you. You know, when I can log in, I can log into TCNS and E106 anywhere. When I was away on vacation, I could log into TCNS and E106 to look at a couple projects. I can, when I telecommute or when I'm on travel, I can see the stuff. So it makes life a whole lot easier. So I know about half of the states use the E106 system. The ones that don't, primarily don't, because they have state laws that require them to have paper records as an archive. And so while the E106 system is archived here at the FCC, all those files are archived here, the states are required to have a paper system. And we're working with them to help improve the percentage of states that do the E106 work. So, Diane, do you want to say anything about your children?
My children?
Yes.
Well, I had to give up control of my children with becoming an associate chief, but one of my staff members, I have a program analyst, his name is Jonathan Jonas. Some of you may have corresponded with him or seen correspondence from him in any corrections to TCNS data that you have, and or any issues with either system. He's been handling all of those cases, and we've kind of changed we've kind of changed the process in how you request that information be corrected or reporting issues. You all were like emailing me directly or someone else on our staff. We have been using our ULS hotline has an e-support online form in which you can submit any questions or request for corrections or report any issues with either system. And that e-support link is available from the footer of any of the Wireless Bureau's web pages. That's
okay. Yeah. So if I know people in the past have emailed you directly when they've wanted to open up a filing for especially for E106, so that they should use the e-support line instead.
to open.
Well, we've had to change an E106 filing back to FCC review or state review.
Yes.
So all those kinds of requests, instead of going directly to you, should go to the ULS hotline?
Yes, through the eSupports page. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yep. I know some of the statuses we need to manually change from like negotiated to closed with the E106 system, and those requests also would now come through the eSupport system. They get funneled directly to our division and are handled, on a routine basis that way. So.
And Anne-Marie?
I'm just ready for the questions, and I do want to point out that Jonathan Jonas is in the room. Is he still here? Jonathan, if you could just stand up. Jonathan works in our Gettysburg office, and he does a lot of the programming work.
Okay. Actually, we have our first question, and the question is, does a change in tower height require creating a new TC&S submission for a tower already submitted, or is there a way to update the height under the existing TC&S number? I'm assuming this is for a tower project that's still being considered by the tribes and or the SHPOs, so we'll take it that way. And it's actually a technical question for Diane.
Right. Again, those kind of height correction requests can be submitted through the eSupport online form, and it's easy to use. It's just a one-page form where you can input your request. We need the TC&S number and what the heights are that you want them changed to in meters.
Okay. Right. And I see people scurrying around, picking up questions. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The question is, if we have submitted a NEPA document with an approved Section 106 tribal submission, I'm assuming that's the Form 620, and there has been a significant increase prior to construction and tower height, what will be the path forward for Section 106 and the TC&S for tower construction? I guess the first thing I'll say is that it's really helpful, I know this happens occasionally, it's really helpful if the licensee or the tower proponent, the one who's going to own the tower, applies for what they really need rather than making changes in the middle of the reviews, because it does complicate things. The SHPOs and the tribes have limited staff, and since they're the ones that do a lot of the work, and I'm sure the folks this afternoon will reiterate this, it's helpful if they only have to look at it once rather than twice or three times, because we've had some people change heights of towers in the middle of the review process. We've also had them change them in the direction. If it's a significant increase in height, the APE changes, the area of potential effect. Therefore, that's going to have to go through a review again. If the tower moves more than a small percentage of feet, you're changing the APE. And so that's going to have to be reviewed again by the SHPOs and by the tribes. So the path forward is, I think for TC&S, probably having to withdraw that TC&S submittal and refile, and then updating the Form 620, which you can update the Form 620 on the E106 system and resend that to the SHPOs. But we would discourage you from doing this, but there is a path forward.
And Diane just reminded me that if you do make a change, that you should notify the tribes. Okay, so if you do change the tower height and Jonathan goes in and makes that change, please give them a call. You don't have to resubmit it, but give them a call.
Okay. This is an interesting question, and one that I'm surprised I haven't gotten before, but I appreciate getting it. Can you provide any guidance on how visual effects to archaeological sites can be handled while protecting the location information? As you know, a lot of archaeological sites are restricted in terms of their information being, locations being identified. They're restricted in SHPO files. The National Historic Preservation Act, Advisory Council guidance, our guidance, all allows that to be restricted. And I think the thing to do here is in E106 you can do a confidential document, so that helps protect that. You can't do that can you do that in TCNS to a confidential attachment to protect the site?
Yes.
You can.
Yes. Confidential attachments can be made in both systems.
Okay. So that's probably the best way to do that is to label the attachments confidential in both TCNS and E106, so they can only be opened by those folks with permissions. And if it's a confidential document for an archaeological site with a tribal component, if it's restricted to the tribes that have an interest in that particular site, then the other tribes that might not have an interest or might not need to know what that is won't be able to see that. So that was a good question. The NPA requires that previously recorded properties determined National Register eligible be included in submittals to the SHPOs. Is it okay for a SHPO to make a blanket statement that all recorded properties are eligible? We've been wrestling with this a lot, and it's something that goes back a lot of years in the SHPO world. Early in my career, I worked for the Delaware SHPO doing building surveys and National Register nominations. And back in those days, we often would survey buildings and not make a decision as to whether they're eligible or not. In my way of thinking, that's a located site, but it's not been determined eligible. So for FCC Section 106 review for a tower, that would not be an historic property. And it's not something that is determined eligible or not eligible, so it's just a survey property. SHPOs are being more aggressive about this, and some of it's splitting hairs. There are some states that have registries of state-eligible properties. To my way of thinking, that makes it a property that needs to be considered in the Section 106 review. If it's just a listing of whatever that they had, then that's less so. But I think if you have this situation, we need to talk about what state it is and how they consider the project to be. What groups or agencies typically use TCNS and E106 systems, and which system, E106 versus TCNS, should be used first, and how soon should that process be started prior to tower construction? Our rules allow you to do the TCNS notice and the E106 submittal at the same time. I encourage you to do the TCNS notice at least 30 days before you send it to the SHPOs, because it gives the tribes time to begin their review process. And then the states have a 30-day review period that is in the E106 system. And so do TCNS first, and if you can do it at least 30 days, if not 60 days beforehand, whatever works for you, but recognize you can't go forward with construction if you completed both parts of that Section 106 process. All the federally recognized tribes use TCNS. About half the states use the 106 system. We've had some projects with adverse effects where nonprofits, advocacy groups, private citizens have gotten FRNs and used the E106 system to comment on projects and provide their input and thoughts. So it can be used by a wide variety of groups. We've had some federal agencies that have used it as part of our reviews. So, but by and large, it's usually the SEC, the SHPO, and the tower proponents and consultants. A comment was made relating to moving a tower. What is the criteria for moving a tower 200 foot tall within 200 feet from the present location? That's a question that comes up every once in a while, and I think in order to properly answer this question, I would need to know more details about where it is, what the historic properties were. So that's something that I would need to talk to the questioner in more detail to get a project-specific answer. And one of the things that, if you've worked with us for a long enough period of time, you'll know that I especially, tend to be cautious about answering general questions, because one of the things that I learned here and also in the years that I worked at the Advisory Council, that if you answer a general question, that response gets legs and takes on a life of its own, and I'd rather not have that happen. So I'm real happy to answer specific questions on a specific project and give you an answer on that specific project for that specific question you've asked me, but not general kinds of questions.
In general, when you're moving a tower 200 feet, it might actually take it into a different county.
Yeah.
And that'll give you a different set of tribes. So that's something to consider also.
Yeah.
That's why you need these specifics.
Yeah. So it was actually good to get that question to be able to talk about what our policy is in terms of answering questions. Happy to answer specific questions on specific projects. You must have more questions for us. So this is an expert audience that knows it all. That's great. So the past years of doing these training programs have borne fruit. We still have some time before the next session. It starts in about 10 minutes, and that's with myself and Dan Beta. Are there... Trying to think of more things to tell you about with TCNS and E106. And just sort of Section 106 in general, I have the opportunity to talk about these things.
I just wanted to say that in terms of the questions, we did have a couple of others that I think that we thought maybe were more suitable for later panels,
Okay.
or there was one on PTC, which I think we'll try to address that tomorrow.
Yeah, that's good. Any more questions? Yeah. Well, actually, I need you to write it down because we're live streaming this. I need to be able to say what the question is for the folks on the web. In years past, we've been able to pass a mic around because we've not live streamed these. But with so many folks not being able to travel these days, we felt that this was a more effective way of reaching out to the folks that need to hear these presentations. And so, besides the folks that are here in the audience, we have people from state historic preservation offices, from tribes, from local governments. We have telecommunications attorneys that are based outside of D.C. So it's a wide range. Thanks. The question actually is the Diane question. TCNS is still launched once a week. This question says Tuesday night, but it's Wednesday morning.
Right. Yes, the TCNS notifications are processed out to the tribes at 3 a.m. on Wednesday. So anything submitted up to midnight, 11:59 on Tuesday, will get processed from when. Let me put it this way: from 12 a.m. Wednesday to the following Tuesday at 11:59. Anything submitted in that period gets processed that following Wednesday at 3 a.m.
Eastern time.
Eastern time, yes.
Okay. And E106 is a rolling submittal.
Right. When they are submitted, they actually get a notification date of the next day. So the 30 days, the 30-day clock starts the next day after it's submitted.
Right. Okay. All right. If there are no other questions, we have one more coming. Thank you. This is a similar question to the one that I got. Let me find the note card. To a SHPO making a blanket statement about eligibility for properties that are in their files. And so I think I'll let my answer to that question stand, that if you're having a concern with a SHPO policy that you need to contact me, send me an email, tell me the details, tell me what state, what they've said, and especially who has said it, because one of the things that happens and it's not just the way it is that a junior staff member may not understand the policy because they've only been there for a short while, and so they may be misinterpreting the official policy. Okay, yeah. So do that. So let me know the specifics of those kinds of questions, and we'll work on them. The last question I received is, what is the process for bringing existing towers not in compliance with FCC NEPA, or they were built without any kind of NEPA compliance or Section 106 compliance? And we don't really have a process at this point for clearing, to use that word that everybody seems to use, which doesn't really mean anything, an existing tower. We do have a process that's not a fast process, but this is something that Don Johnson and I have worked out with Dan Abeta and Jeff Steinberg, where we can, if the situation permits, clear the tower that hasn't been through the compliance process for collocations. Given our current workload, that's not a fast process, but we try to do them as best we can. So we have a path forward, but it's not quick. Question, wanting some general information, in this case I can deal with that. SHPO concurrence options after the 30-day limit times out. Difference between parties posting and non-participating SHPOs. A lot of it depends, and that's not an answer I generally like to give, but it depends on what happened. There have been some cases where SHPOs have had staff changes, so things have fallen between the cracks. Again, it's a situation where I need to have the specific information about the project where a SHPO has provided a response beyond our 30 days. And we'll see. We tend to be fairly insistent upon the rules in the MPA. You need to remember that this is a lawyer's agency. So the words of the MPA are very important to the people that work here, including myself. And so there has to be a real good reason for doing something outside the prescribed time limits. But we handle, again, those on a case-by-case basis. What?
I was looking at the technical thing. The SHPOs that participate, they time out
Right.
on E106, and they can't click their concur buttons. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that. I know some SHPOs are
Okay, all right. The question is in E106, for those of you who use it, the time limits start, the 30-day time limit starts when that filing goes in the next day and is sent to the SHPO. If for some reason they missed it, the system locks their buttons, and if that happens, and it happened last week for a SHPO, and I asked Diane's office to unlock it, so we can do that. But we won't do that in every situation. Again, it depends. In this case, it was an honest mistake on the part of the SHPO, getting a little bit overwhelmed, so we did that. But we do have that option. Actually, with Diane's magic fingers, we can do almost anything we want within the TCNS and E106 system. In some instances, federal agencies just avoid sites entirely and do not determine eligibility. How would the FCC consider those sites for impacts on TCNS-related projects? Actually, this is not really a question for the FCC. We only review projects that are not on federal land. If you're building on, and so that means other federal agencies are not involved unless you're doing a biological review with Joelle, when she works with Fish and Wildlife Service. But if you're building on BLM land, and there was a question about that earlier today, BLM's lead agency. And so whatever they want you to do as a licensee, as somebody getting a special use permit from BLM or the Park Service or the Forest Service, Bureau of Reclamation, you need to follow that. That's not an issue for the SUC. If, and it happens occasionally, though I haven't had this issue come up recently, if you're building a tower project on private land, but in order to provide the power and the backhaul to that tower project, and you need an easement from BLM to cross their land, then BLM can provide some requirements on the special use permit on that access road that you might need. But if they're not going to provide eligibility, I'm not sure how they can do that, because they're required by Section 110 of the National Historic Preservation Act to have made a decision on eligibility. So if you're running into that situation where you're having an issue with federal agency, and I'll repeat that guidance to you again this afternoon when Jeff Durbin from the Park Service is here, if you're having an issue with federal agency, then you need to call me, and especially if you're building on federal land, or especially if you're building next to federal land or near federal land, and a federal agency is interested in what you're doing, then that's the time you need to talk to me about that, and we'll work something out.
I think we have a couple more questions up here, and then we're going to move on to the next panel. So if there are any others, I know there's a couple others maybe that we're not getting to, but we'll try to get back to you at least, personally, if we're not able to answer your question, with the whole group.
You have a question?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. This question came in. Somebody wants to know how to get the contact information for the tribes. And when you receive your notice of organizations, it will give you the name of the contact person who's handling the matter and the name of the tribe. So if you don't have that contact information because you've never dealt with that person before, you can just Google the name of the tribe and call the tribal headquarters and then just say, I need to talk to so-and-so, they're the TIPO, or they're the cultural preservation officer, or the NAGPR director, whatever the title is that is listed. If for some reason you can't find the headquarters, then give me a call or email me, because I maintain two databases. I have the Tribal Leaders Directory, where I can get you the headquarters number, and then the TCNS database. That should be updated because they give me the updated information as they make their changes, so I should be able to provide that for you. But it's real fast if you just, do a quick search on the internet and call the headquarters and ask for the person. That's the quickest way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then the last question we have asks, when recording the SHPO response on behalf of the SHPO, is the correct document name from the pull-down menu supposed to be finding of no significant impact if they concur with my finding? Actually, finding of no significant impact is a NEPA term. It's not a Section 106 term. So the correct document name should be SHPO comment, I think is the option. There's something in the E106 system that, and we don't use the database, so that's why we're treading a little bit. But if you're working with a SHPO that doesn't use E106, we ask you to record their responses for them to keep it within the system, and so that the response would be not finding no significant impact, it would be SHPO concurrence. So, and if you have other questions, feel free to ask us. We'll be around all day today and tomorrow, and you can always send us emails later on. We'd like questions. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
For later?
Yeah, probably.
And are you keeping the questions?
No, I have no idea where they
Okay.
go. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, that's fine, thanks. Yeah.
Started off since we only have 15
Yeah.
minutes.
No.
Get a drink of water first.
Yes. Okay. All right. This session, which I'm doing with Dan Abeda, Dan is the assistant chief within the Spectrum Competition Policy Division, and is an attorney.
Like most of us.
Most folks. Before Joel came, I used to say it was 1,500 attorneys and then me, and now it's 1,500 attorneys and Joel and I, and then in a couple months it'll be 1,500 attorneys and Joel and I and a cultural resource specialist. Yay. So, let me get the PowerPoint presentation up. Okay. We're going to talk about the MOA process, and you do an MOA if there's an adverse effect to an historic property. Of the 14,000 projects or so that went through TCNS last year, new tower projects, probably in a year's time, we'll say at the most 200 of those have an adverse effect. So our licensees are real good at avoiding adverse effects, which we really appreciate. So I thank you for that. Don thanks you for that. Dan thanks you for that. So does Anne-Marie. But when an adverse effect is determined, there's some things you need to do. One, you need to do an MOA, a Memorandum of Agreement. That's required by Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. And then our NEPA rules require then you do an environmental assessment, which is a NEPA document. But we're just going to talk about the MOAs here because they've been causing Dan and Don and I some concerns over the past year. You must, as soon as an adverse effect decision is made by the SHPO, or you've determined yourselves that there will be an adverse effect from a proposed tower, you've got to send both Don and myself an email with the terms of the draft MOA that you either have agreed to with the SHPO or you're going to propose to the SHPO to make sure that it meets our criteria. Don't do anything until you send Don and myself that draft document so that we can look at it. And because you just don't do that.
One of the problems that we're getting is that we're getting copies of the MOAs at the end of the process, and they're asking us to sign the MOAs, and the MOAs don't comply with our rules. What we're asking you to do is get us involved in the MOAs early, at the beginning of the process, so that we can start working with you and working with the SHPOs. Number one, to make sure that the MOA is consistent with our rules, but also as a third party to help to move it along as quickly as possible. So once you start the process, let us know, and especially once you have a draft that you're starting to work on.
Yeah, and we prefer MOA stipulations that provide a benefit to the affected historic property. So, not some sort of general vague stipulation you'll do something to an historic preservation benefit. That doesn't work. What really doesn't work is trying to make a monetary payment to a nonprofit or somebody to do something without a scope of work and without a specific time period. It's not a pay-to-play process. It needs to be a real stipulation for a real project with a real benefit. If another federal agency is involved as a consulting party, let Don and I know. We get a lot of projects, and we spend a lot of time with other federal agencies where they're concerned with the effect of the tower on their landscape, either within their land or a viewshed that they're trying to protect. This is coming up more and more with heritage areas. So if you're having that kind of an impact, or you think you might, let Don and I know so that we can work with that agency and work with you and the SHPO or tribes, whoever is involved, to try to make that as an easy process as possible.
Yeah, we're seeing this issue come up frequently with the National Park Service, and that's a very laborious process working with the Park Service. So we want to know as early as possible so that we can start interacting with them and trying to move it along.
If a tribal nation's involved as a consulting party, let Don and I know. A lot of this stuff, when you're doing an MOA, you're working with Don and I. When a tribal nation's involved, I will also work with Anne-Marie because sometimes she knows tribes better than I. We also will involve our Office of Native Affairs and Policy if there's some particularly contentious issues, so that they can work with tribal leadership. When Anne Marie and I work with tribal nations, we tend to work with the tribal historic preservation officers and their cultural resource staff. When there's an issue that the tribe is particularly concerned, especially if they're asking for government-to-government consultation, then Anne Marie and I will work with the tribe, but we also will involve Jeff Blackwell in his office to directly engage the tribal leadership if that's necessary. The tower proponents are responsible for providing the advisory council to participate in the MOA. If you're going to have an adverse effect, you need to make sure the advisory council is aware of that and is invited to participate. It's the tower proponent, the consultant generally, that's responsible for doing that. And Guy Lopez, raise your hand, Guy. Guy Lopez is the person in the advisory council who looks at all our MOAs and helps us with the advisory council, so that he's the person that needs to get that. And if you're having an adverse effect to a National Historic Landmark, you're required by the National Historic Preservation Act to consult with the Secretary of the Interior. That's what the Act says. What that means is you need to talk to the designated staffer at the regional office of the National Park Service. So if you have a National Historic Landmark in Maine to which you're having an adverse effect, you need to talk to a staffer, and I think it's in Philadelphia.
Okay.
And this is I'm going to move the slides forward. There we go. The SEC tends to prefer mitigation projects such as the list you see in front of you. We prefer historic site surveys, national register nominations, publications and signs, cell phone tours. That's something Don and I especially think is appropriate for cell tower companies to help fund cell phone tours, TCPs and landscape studies, approved alterations to the tower and the communications platforms, making the tower shorter, painting them different colors. Did a project a couple of years ago that I know one member of the audience remembers very well, where the local community went to the local paint store and got paint chips and picked out a couple of colors for the tower. 2 colors, I think, is what they asked for. You can also move the communications platforms in closer to the towers or put them inside the towers. So the things to do to that. And then landscaping and other stealth features to hide the equipment sheds, to hide the fences, make it blend more into the landscape. So those are the kinds of things we tend to like.
If you have any questions, if the SHPO or somebody else is suggesting mitigation that you question, let us know as early as possible so that we can help you find an appropriate mitigation.
Yeah, and the list that I have up on the screen is not an approved list. It's just a list of things that we've worked with over the past couple of years and we like. But if you want to do something else, that's fine. Yeah. You just need to suggest it. And if the SHPO and the community are comfortable with that and want to do it, and they think it's a good idea, I can't see why we would object to that as well. This is an opportunity for you all to be creative and to do something good for the community. And hope we have just a few minutes for questions. So if you've got this.
I just want to emphasize that we take the mitigation process seriously. So once a MOA comes in, we want to move these as quickly as possible, and we know that you want to move them too. So they don't sit on somebody's desk, that somebody would be Don or Steve. We want to move them. We don't want them sitting there. They get stale. So help us to move them as quickly as possible so that you can proceed with your projects.
Yeah, and send them electronically. Don't send some paper. Some of you like to send me especially paper copies in overnight envelopes of MOAs. One, I can't edit them because it's a paper copy and I need to use a Word document. But paper can get lost easily. It's harder to lose the bits and bytes. So please do that.
All right, any questions?
Okay. The first part, this is a two-parter. If there's an adverse effect, please discuss possible mitigations and the negotiation process. Well, we've shown you the slide with the possible mitigation measures. You can use others if you think it's appropriate and everybody's agreeing to it. The negotiation process is to start with the SHPO and then work from there to community groups and individuals that might have an interest in the tower because they can see it from their yard or whatever. As to who should be invited as a consulting party, that would be neighbors, it would be the local historical society, a conservation group that has an interest in the landscape in which the tower is being located. There's not a short list, so it's just people that are interested, and they can request consulting party status. And the way the consulting party status process should work is that, because sometimes they come and ask me if they can be a consulting party, and it really needs to come from the tower proponent. But we're pretty liberal about granting consulting party status.
So I would say if you know there's a group out there that has an interest in this site, say a group that's opposed to the construction of a tower in an area, you're better off letting us know early, letting them know, inviting them to participate. Because one way or the other, they're going to get involved. And we're all better off if we can get them in the process, make sure they get all the information, make sure they have a fair opportunity to participate in the 106 process early rather than later.
Is that it for questions?
Want to take just
Yeah,
one or two more?
sure.
Yeah.
This one, if you have a good answer to that. Or just ignore it.
Yeah, we can't deal with that one.
All right, let's see. The question is, how are we to involve Don and Steve in the MOA process? Call them, send them an email, ask them to get involved. That would be my response.
Okay, and the second part of that is everything's on if you're using the E106 and under the tabs there's one for the MOA, fill in the information that's required for that MOA, but also send an email to Don and myself and give us the file reference so that I can go back and look at that. Remember, we get lots of projects in a year's time, about 14,000 so. I get hundreds of emails a day. The TCNS system sends me an email that says something has been added to an E106 filing, but I get lots of those because every time you add a new document, every time you do a new filing, I get all these emails. So send me another email saying we've submitted an MOA in the E106 system, and Don and I can look at it that way.
All right, here's a question that Guy Lopez from ACHP could answer. I think you probably could too, Steve.
Yeah.
The question is the ACHP using E106 yet, or do we still have to send them a paper copy? And Guy, what is the answer to that?
Yeah, we still have not agreed to accept E106 filings.
Yeah, I know Guy looks at E106 every once in a while, but they need paper for their own archiving systems. So you need to send the advisory council paper copies. And then we got a question that we're not really able to answer because they want to know how many monopoles less than 80 feet had adverse effects, and we don't keep those kinds of statistics. They do happen, but I don't have that information at the moment. Okay. Let's shift to Tom McCullough from the Advisory Council and his presentation.
Right.
Okay, and I will introduce Tom. Okay.
I do better up on my feet.
Let me introduce you for a second. While Tom is getting
Cut off already.
Story of my life. While Tom is getting ready to Tom, I'm really pleased that Tom's able to come over. Tom is a senior archaeologist at the Advisory Council. He has a PhD in archaeology from the University of Pennsylvania and has been at the Advisory Council for almost 25 years. I first met Tom when I worked over at the Advisory Council for a few years before I came here to the FCC, and was always impressed with his grasp of the Advisory Council regulations and also with his breadth of knowledge in archaeology and the work that we do in Section 106. So I'm real pleased that Tom's able to come and talk to us. Tom also comes with special credentials at the FCC because his wife is the bureau chief for the International Bureau.
I feel at home here. Okay, what I'm going to talk about is cell towers and archaeology, but I'm going to talk more about the Section 106 process in archaeology. Because what we've found is over the years, we've changed our regulations, and we at the council have removed ourselves from a lot of the day-to-day work. So that leaves a lot of the compliance with Section 106 in the hands of the federal agency, the state historic preservation officers, tribal preservation officers, applicants, and other consulting parties. And as Steve said, certain things can take on a life of their own. They grow legs. So what I want to make sure is that when you leave here today or leave here tomorrow after we do some talking about positive train control, everybody's grounded, everybody has the same knowledge about what Section 106 requires of federal agencies, how archaeology fits in to Section 106. Why do we need to care about it? And who cares about it? Who has the responsibilities for compliance with 106? And it's easy to say it's the federal agency's responsibility. But when you're dealing with applicants, permittees, those who get a license or financial assistance from the federal government, they assist the federal agency in compliance. So the federal agency needs to be able to ride herd over them to ensure that they help comply. So what we're going to talk about today is what are archaeological sites? Then we're going to go into what is Section 106 review? Who's responsible? What's an historic property? Who participates in Section 106? Who has a right to be at the consulting party table? Who can be at the consulting party table if they're invited? We're going to talk about what are the 4 steps to compliance, and then what are the possible outcomes? How do we finish our 106 compliance, move forward with our project or with a program? So by the end, as I said, in 45 minutes, we're all going to have a good basic knowledge about what 106 requires and who does what to whom. Okay, what is an archaeological site? Archaeology is a study of past human behavior by way of artifacts, locations where people lived, people did things. It's not the same as paleontology, the study of dinosaur bones. And we get calls quite a bit. We've discovered crinoid stems. We've found a bone, a tooth. What do we do? And we basically tell them, call the Smithsonian. Because the only time we deal with like fossils is when you may have a very early site where early Native Americans killed mastodons or mammoths. And so if you find those bones in association with arrowheads, campsites, things like that, then that's part of an archaeological site. But bones, animal bones on their own, fossils, are not historic properties. So the Smithsonian, some folks at the Park Service, like at Dinosaur National Monument out west, they can help deal with dinosaur bones. But they are not subject to Section 106 of the Act. Now, as far as what is an archaeological site, according to the National Park Service, it's a place of places where the remnants of the past survive in a physical context that allows for the interpretation of those remains. So an isolated arrowhead is not an archaeological site. Under certain circumstances, it could be indicative of a site. There could be more under the ground around there. But a single isolated arrowhead is not necessarily an archaeological site. And that's important as we negotiate and we talk with others about what we're finding and what to do about it. Okay. The National Historic Preservation Act was passed in 1966. It was one of the early pieces of environmental legislation. It predated NEPA. It predated the Clean Air Act. It predated the Clean Water Act. It arose out of the 1960s and all the urban renewal that was going on. Downtown whole city blocks were torn down. Highways, the national highway system, interstate system came through, bifurcated towns. And when all the downtowns were being torn out for urban renewal, the Vietnam War came along, sucked all the money away. So you had downtowns that looked like war zones and no money to fix them back up. And quite often the buildings that were taken down were perfectly usable. They just needed to be fixed up. Well, in 1966, the Johnson administration passed the National Historic Preservation Act. Various parts of that act affect how the FCC does its business. And as Steve said earlier, Section 110 is a big thing for those agencies that manage land or manage property. But Section 106 is the reason we're here today, or the reason I'm here with you all today. It requires federal agencies to do two things. It requires them to take into account the effects of their projects or their programs on historic properties. And secondly, it requires the federal agency to provide us, the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, with a reasonable opportunity to comment. So, how do you go about commenting and how do you take into account the effects of your undertakings? We're going to talk about taking into account here. We comment generally by signing agreement documents, by signing MOAs, signing programmatic agreements. So we comment on FCC and cell towers by signing the programmatic agreements. We commented on positive train control by issuing the program comment last month. So those are the comments of the council. And the FCC is in compliance once we do the comment thing. So a couple minutes about who we are. The Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. We were founded in the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 211 of the Act. It gave us the authority to issue regulations to implement Section 106. We are independent federal regulatory agency, much like y'all. ACHP, we are the primary policy advisor to the President and to Congress in the field of historic preservation. Certain members of the council are always up on the Hill, like many of y'all are, or folks at the FCC testifying on various proposed legislation, things like that. The actual Advisory Council is a 23-member body of presidential appointees and about 9 secretaries of federal agencies, and those rotate. The presidential appointees, some of them are members of general citizens, but a lot of them are expert members, archaeologists, architectural historians, city planners. They meet about 3 to 4 times a year, usually twice in Washington, twice outside, and they review projects. They set the various policy, the preservation policy, that we on the Advisory Council staff implement. So as an archaeologist, they will set forth archaeological policy. How do we deal with archaeological sites? How do we think about them? What do we do about them? And then we, the staff, implement that policy. At the council, there's probably 5 of us that are archaeologists, quite a few that are architectural historians. We have some certified planners, historians, and others that work with federal agencies, work with various other constituencies to implement broad preservation policy and to oversee the Section 106 process. We were in the old post office building until 3 weeks ago when we had to vacate when Donald Trump took over. We are now headquartered in the pension building, which is a National Historic Landmark. And it's in a lot better shape than the old post office was. Because once it looked like it was going to go out of federal ownership, GSA basically quit maintaining it. The roofs leaked, the air conditioning didn't work, hot water didn't work. So it's kind of like, well, that's now Donald Trump's problem. So, he claims he can make it into a luxury hotel in 2 years, so we wish him well. Okay, what triggers 106 review? What makes a federal agency have to comply with Section 106? It's a federal undertaking. Could be a federal project on non-federal or federal lands. The Army doing something on a military base. GSA maintaining the old post office or not maintaining the old post office building. GSA working here on the FCC building. The Corps of Engineers issuing a permit for Grandma to build a boat dock on a reservoir or put fill in the waters of the U.S. FERC issuing a license on a pipeline. 1,000 different things that the federal agency does constitute these federal actions that could trigger 106. And that's in the law. That's in Section 106. Names these as the kinds of activities that are subject to Section 106. But within our regulations, we added a little qualifier. Is it the type of activity that may affect historic properties? Because a lot of the stuff the government does doesn't have the chance or the opportunity to affect historic things. If it's not that kind of activity, you don't have to go through Section 106 review. A perfect example of this is if the Department of Education is going to give money to a town to fix up a high school, or NASA gives money to a college to build a science wing. Well, building that science wing at the museum or something, they have to dig the foundation, do this. It could affect archaeological sites. The college quad may be historic. So you'd like that new science building to kind of fit in with the other buildings there. But if Department of Education is giving money to a high school or junior high for some kind of Meals on Wheels, quite often that's not going to affect the building. That's not going to affect the historic schoolhouse. So that wouldn't be an undertaking. So federal things need to also be the kind of activity that could affect historic properties. And we can help y'all decide, or Steve can help you make that decision. Okay, within our regulations, and I'm giving you a lot of material right now, but it's all going to come together when light bulbs will be going on here shortly. The philosophy behind our regulations. Section 106 review, it's a framework for problem solving. It doesn't ordain an outcome. That's important. There's nothing in the National Historic Preservation Act that requires any federal agency to preserve anything. It's not there. What the law requires is agencies take into account the effects of their undertakings on historic properties. But it doesn't say you have to preserve anything, and that's an important distinction. It's grounded in consultation among concerned parties. We feds are sitting here in Washington. But when federal agencies do things across the country, the locals are the one who have to live with the consequences of those actions. So they should have a say. At the state level with the SHPO, tribal level with the THPO or other Indian tribes or Native Hawaiians or the Better Business Bureau or the mayor of the community. They should have a voice in what federal agencies do, the kinds of things that affect historic properties. And that 106 is all grounded in this consultation process. So it's fundamentally different from the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act, because there you have specific scientific criteria. The water's clean or it's dirty. The air is clean or it's dirty. With historic resources, historic properties, there's wide differences of opinion about what is historic or what's not historic, or what kind of effect you may be having, or what to do about it. So because there's these large shades of gray, that's why it's grounded in consultation among the parties. In that consultation, provides various stakeholders access to federal decision making. People can actually influence what the feds are doing. In most agencies, it's not like that. But in 106 process, the citizens talking to the FCC can influence decisions the FCC is going to make. And that's quite unique in the federal government. You don't see that very much. Usually what they do is they write to congressmen, then you get a letter and have to drop everything and address it, or we get a letter and have to drop everything and deal with that. But this way, people can actually make a difference. The overriding philosophy is that preservation is not the only public good. The FCC's primary mission is not historic preservation. The Bureau of Land Management's primary mission is not historic preservation. But they do have responsibilities to take into account the effects of those mission things on historic properties. They do have that responsibility. But we need cell towers. We need positive train control. Nobody's going to dispute that. Our regulations, what we do, what Steve does, is to help the FCC do those things in the most sensitive manner possible. But the idea that, well, you can't do positive train control, we're not going to let you. It's not there. It's not there in Section 106. Some people may stamp their feet and hold their breath and all that, but if you know the regulations like I'm telling them to you, then you'll realize they can turn blue, but this is a public good. This is a public benefit. It needs to go forward. And we'll do it in a sensitive manner as we can. But it's going forward. That's the general philosophy. The results, because it's grounded in consultation, the results can range from complete preservation of everything to complete demolition of entire city blocks. As I said, there's nothing in the National Historic Preservation Act requiring you to preserve anything. Decisions are reached in consultation with these other stakeholders. That's why, as Steve has said, every case can be unique. Every case may be different. Okay. There's 4 steps to completing Section 106. You initiate the process. Do I have an undertaking? Do I need to go through 106 review? And we talked about that. Who do I need to talk to? The regulations set out basically the first person you get in touch with is the State Historic Preservation Officer, because they're going to represent the state's interests in the Federal Historic Preservation Program. Working with others to identify historic properties. What's historic that may be out there that could be affected by what I'm doing? If things are out there, will my project harm historic properties? Am I going to have that adverse effect? Or maybe we're rehabilitating buildings, and that's a good thing. We're bringing low-income housing up to code in a sensitive manner. That's a good thing. You're helping to preserve those historic properties. However, sometimes you're just going to have an adverse effect. You can't get around it. You can't reconcile the need for the project with the need to preserve our historic past. When you have these adverse effects, that's when the consultation process really kicks in. You sit down and you try to resolve those adverse effects in the public interest. If I'm going too fast, you want me to repeat something, you can put your hand up or pass questions or whatever, or if you want to, if I need to make a point that's a little more clear. Now, how do you resolve adverse effects? How do you take into account? How do you meet the take into account standard? You do that through the Council's regulations, 36 CFR Part 800. They're binding on all federal agencies of the executive branch. The regulations set forth how you meet the take into account standard, how you meet the give us the reasonable opportunity to comment standard. Okay? Participants. We talk federal agencies at the center of the universe. It's your undertaking. You're writing hers. You may be talking generally with the SPO or the Tribal Preservation Officer. You may be talking with other Indian tribes or Native Hawaiian organizations. Local governments, they have a right to be a consulting party. The council, we have a right to be at the consulting party table. Sometimes we're there, sometimes we're not. Other parties could be involved. The National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a separate agency from us. And the public. Public's out there. Agencies have affirmative responsibilities to keep them informed. Sometimes they can be elevated to consulting party status. Other times, like through the NEPA process or something, you need to let them know what's going on and consider their views if they provide those. But the regulations go into all this, and Steve can be a real gold mine in terms of how you deal with these folks. Okay, I've been using the word consult. We consult with this party, we talk about this. 106 is grounded in consultation. There's basically 3 times when a federal agency is consulting with other parties. First, during the identification of historic properties. Do we talk to the right people? have we made this reasonable and good faith effort to identify historic properties? That's what the regulations require, and that's an important point. Regulations don't say you have to go out and find every archaeological site, every historic building, or anything. The regulations say agencies must make a reasonable and a good faith effort to identify. And if something gets missed, so be it. It happens. We have provisions in our regulations at 800.13 dealing with what happens when you find something as you're implementing your project. It's not that big a deal. It happens. An assessment of effects. We're talking with people and we consider all kinds of effects. So, for example, cell towers have a very direct effect on archaeological sites if you're putting them right on top of the site. If you're putting the tower right there, you're going to disturb the site for the foundations, the guy wires, the access roads, things like that. But generally, cell towers, the big issue is with visual effects. How does a cell tower look from Granny's historic house, or from the sacred area where the tribes go to contemplate things? Is the cell tower jarring? Is it right there? Is it hidden? How do we consider those effects? And then if we are having an adverse effect, the cell tower has to go here, period. Then how can we minimize, how can we mitigate those adverse effects? And the mitigation provisions are embodied in a memorandum of agreement or a programmatic agreement. Okay. Role of the State Historic Preservation Officer and the Tribal Preservation Officer. The SHPO, some people call them SHPOs, SHMOs, all kinds of names. They are designated by the governor, and they represent the state's interests in the Federal Historic Preservation Program. Some states have their own state-level historic preservation regulations that parrot ours at the federal level. Some don't. But they are a font of knowledge and should be the first person you contact once you decide you have a project. They can let you know have archaeological surveys been done in the area. If you'd hate to commission an expensive survey, turns out the local university just did a survey 2 years ago, and had you talked to the SHPO first, they could have told you that. That happens. They provided advice and views to federal agencies' 106 reviews. Very important. Tribal preservation officers are delegated or designated by the tribal government. And the regulations say that certain tribes that have historic preservation offices that have expertise, like SHPO staffs, like SHPOs have to do, have an archaeologist, an historian, people like that on their staff. They're eligible for funding from the National Park Service and can run their own show, meaning that you talk only to them about projects that are going to go on tribal or affect tribal lands. You wouldn't also be talking to the SHPO. So, THPO, there's probably 100 tribes out of the close to 600 federally recognized tribes that have formal THPO programs. And Steve or some of the people here or the Bureau of Indian Affairs can provide information on who those SHPOs and who those THPOs are. Okay. FCC deals with a lot of applicants. They have a right to be a consulting party, to sit at the table with the federal agency, with the SHPO, maybe the THPO. They can assist federal agencies in carrying out its 106 obligations. So if an archaeological survey has to be done, the FCC or the Corps of Engineers, whoever else issues permits or licenses, can require that applicant to undertake the survey, to do the archaeological survey, provide those results maybe to the SHPO if they'll take them. Some SHPOs and most all THPOs want to deal first with the federal agency. And I'm going to come right back to that. But the thing is, your applicant can do the legwork, but the federal agency remains responsible for all findings and determinations, which means the applicant can say, well, I think my project is going to have an adverse effect on these historic properties. That's great. But the federal agency needs to be the one to write to the SHPO or the THPO and says issuing this license is going to have an adverse effect on these sites for these properties. So the federal agency needs to take ownership, because if good intentions go bad, the National Trust is not going to sue AT&T. They're coming after the FCC, or they're coming after the Corps of Engineers, not Granny, for putting a boat dock in the archaeological site. So the federal agency remains responsible for compliance, even though, as a consequence of getting the assistance, the applicant can do the legwork. The applicant can do virtually everything. Okay. Steve's talked about this, government-to-government consultation. Indian tribes, federally recognized tribes, are sovereign nations. They are governments within governments. They have a right to be treated as formal sovereign governments. Federal agency decision makers talk to the chairman, chairwoman, the governor of the tribe. That initial contact should be at a government-to-government level. After that government-to-government introduction, then we staff can talk to the tribal staff. Then we can talk, or Steve can talk, or the SHPO folks can talk with the tribal archaeologist or the tribal historian about one of 6 issues. But the initial contact, that government-to-government relationship, needs to be established by the federal agency and the leader of the tribe. And that's very important. The regulations say applicants can consult with tribes if they agree. But if a tribe says no, we are a sovereign government. Out of respect, we're only going to deal with the federal agency. That's their right. They have the right to do that. Okay, this is kind of some idiot who put these slides together. The first word shouldn't be there. It should be, what are historic properties? Okay? Now, we've been talking about taking into account undertakings affecting historic properties, talking about Granny's house and all that. Under the National Historic Preservation Act, an historic property is something that it can be listed on the National Register of Historic Places. And you can think of that as kind of a parchment scroll that the National Park Service administers. So the consequence is, if something is not considered historic, it's not an historic property, it doesn't need to be considered further in the 106 process. That's important, because the National Register, and there's a whole office in the Park Service, I think Jeff may talk about this a little bit, who deals with what's historic and what's not. And it separates things that are merely old from things that are really significant. So to be significant and not merely old, has to meet at least one of these criteria of significance. Oh no, you can't have that. Let me start over. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, so criteria of significance. An historic property, or a property, must be important, associated with events or patterns in history. Criterion A for actions. That sounds kind of ominous, Okay, or associated with significant persons. Criterion B for bigwigs. Okay? The easy way to, for an archaeologist to remember these things. Associated with, great architecture, design or craftsmanship, or an historic district. Criterion C for catch-all. So, for example, Dulles Airport, the main terminal at Dulles, is a National Historic Landmark. It's an architectural masterpiece. It's on the National Register under Criterion C for architecture. Probably B2 for Aaron, the architect. It's a horrible terminal to use. But when you're driving into Dulles, it's a gorgeous terminal. It looks like flight and everything, and it was immediately recognized as an architectural masterpiece. So most things have to be at least 50 years old. It's not a hard and fast rule, but most things have to be at least 50 years old. But Dulles Terminal was recognized immediately as a masterpiece. Ground Zero is a National Historic Landmark, 10 years old, 12 years old. So certain historic properties that really represent something important or unique can be listed on the register even though they're not 50 years old. Or they have to contain information, the potential to yield important information in history or prehistory. So most archaeological sites are eligible under criterion D for the data they have. Now, what we're finding, though, is when the National Historic Preservation Act was amended in 1992, and our regulations were changed in 2000 to implement the 92 amendments, it calls for much greater consultation with tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations. So what we're finding is a lot of archaeological sites may be eligible for the information they contain, but they're eligible under other criteria from a tribal perspective. It's not just arrowheads in the site, but these were sites of our ancestors, my forefathers. And that is a legitimate thing. So what that means when we're talking about mitigation, archaeological data recovery is the knee-jerk way to retrieve the data. You get it out, then you blow the site away, and you've gotten the information. Well, we now are asking folks to think a little bit harder, because if it's eligible under one of these other criteria, then maybe there's other ways to mitigate the site, other ways to preserve the site or tell the story of the site than purely data recovery. But that's another thing we're going to talk about here in just a minute. So the National Register of Historic Places actually will make the final call if there's a disagreement over something being historic. So it has to meet one of the 4 criteria. It also has to have what's called integrity. There has to be a preservable entity. There has to be a there. So an archaeological site could have all kinds of good information, but if it's been plowed away or pot hunted to death, it may not have integrity. So the site may not be eligible anymore. So these are all things the federal agency is working with the SHPO or the THPO to make a finding on. And sometimes, like I said, there is disagreement. Then the keeper of the National Register at the Park Service can resolve that disagreement for good. Quite often you hear the words TCPs. What is a TCP? It's called a traditional cultural property. About 15 years ago, 20 years ago, the National Register came out with what's called Bulletin 38, Guidelines for Identifying and Evaluating Traditional Cultural Properties. And these are properties that they weren't an old house. It wasn't necessarily an archaeological site, but it was a place important to a community, a place that the community identified as being significant in its past. And it could be a rock or a sacred spring. It could be a mountaintop. It could be a church, not eligible because of the religious issue aspect, but eligible because people gathered there, things happened there. Okay? But it's something that's rooted in the community's history and important in maintaining the cultural identity of the community. But again, a TCP, to be eligible for the register and to be considered in 106 review, it still has to be a property. It has to be a place. It has to have a history of use for traditional religious or cultural activities. So in the Northwest, salmon fishing is all important to the Indian tribes. Well, there's certain places where they fish for salmon, smoke the salmon and all that are eligible for the National Register. It's not an archaeological site, but it's eligible because it's a traditional cultural property. The fish are not historic, but the place they caught the fish, the place they smoked the fish, maybe the place they ate the fish in big communal feasts, those could be eligible for the register as a TCP. But don't just think it's Native American or Native Hawaiian. We had a case in Chicago years ago where they were going to knock down the Sons of Poland meeting house, and the local Chicago Polish community went absolutely ape, because that was where fathers took their sons at age 16 for the first drink. That was where families would gather on Sundays for feasts, for dancing. That was a very important place in the life of the Polish community in downtown Chicago. So that property, and it was saved, was a traditional cultural property. The building wasn't famous for its architecture, wasn't designed by some famous person, but that was a place that was important to the community, a place where they went and had a life as they were growing up and into old age. So that important place was eligible as historic property. So it's not just tribal things, but could be Amish things, Hispanic things, African American things, all kinds of properties that could be eligible for the National Register. Now, one thing that's in the program comment, that's in the programmatic agreements, it talks about special expertise of tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations in assessing the eligibility of historic properties that may possess special religious or cultural significance to them. Our regulations specifically say agencies should be cognizant that if a tribe says this is a TCP, it's important to them. We should only second guess them if we have a very, very good reason to do so. They're the experts. It's important to them. If they say it's significant, our regulations say agencies can say, that's good enough for us. We'll consider it significant too, as we move forward and consider it in the 106 process. Okay? But it talks about the special expertise in deciding, are these properties eligible for the register or not? Okay, who determines what's historic and what's not? Most determinations are made by the federal agency in consultation with the SPO. It's called a consensus determination. Doesn't have to go to the keeper of the National Register. Federal agencies and consult with tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations on those properties that possess religious and cultural significance to them. Now, in 106 review, the property does not need to be listed on the National Register to be considered. If an agency and the SPO or THPO agree it's eligible, that's good enough for us, and that's in the regulations. It does not have to be listed. Disputes, as I said earlier, over significance are settled by the keeper of the National Register, whose views are final. They make the final determination. We're almost done here, folks, and it's going to be lunchtime. Okay, so we've decided we need to do a survey. We found some old things out there. Talking with the SPO tribes, we said, well, these properties, some of them are eligible for the register. They're historic properties. Others are not. They don't meet the criteria, or maybe they've lost integrity. We don't need to consider them further. But will my project physically harm the property? Alterations. You're fixing up an old building that don't meet the Secretary's standards. Are you moving a building, taking it away from its historic setting? Are you changing the character or the use of the property? Are you introducing visual, audible, or atmospheric elements out of keeping with the significance? Are you neglecting the property? Or is there a transfer, lease, or sale out of federal ownership? These are adverse effects. So for archaeological sites and cell towers, basically you're looking, if you set the tower right on top of the site, is that going to physically damage the site? Probably yes. But when we start looking at visual issues, and that's the big thing, are we looking at this introduction of visual, audible, or atmospheric elements that are going to harm the historic views, the historic vistas? If we say yes, then we consult with others to look for ways, as the regulations say, to avoid, minimize, or mitigate those adverse effects. The aim is to offset or redress unavoidable effects. And the solutions rise out of the consultation process. It's the agency talking with the SPO, maybe the tribes, the Native Hawaiian community, the local folks about what's important, what can we do. We encourage creative approaches. There's nothing in the regulations that say that mitigation has to fit the crime. So if you're adversely affecting an archaeological site, the regulations don't say you have to do data recovery. You could say, well, we're going to blow the site away, but we're going to put the money we would have spent into something else. And if everybody agrees to that, great. We'll back that up. Our lawyers say that's okay, because it's arising out of the public, out of this consultation process. Okay, so mitigation can be, data recovery or fix up the property, eliminate some visual effects while accepting others, compensate, providing funding or some other resources to make up for the loss. Mitigation should try to accommodate the needs of the parties, give back to the community. Like I said earlier, we're here inside the Beltway. Things that we do are having consequences out there. These folks have to live with things. We tear down historic things that are important to them. What are they getting back? Some dry archaeological report, or something neater, something that the children in the library or websites, things like that, can really benefit from. Let's think on those terms. Think creatively. We've got a lot of golf courses that cover over archaeological sites. There's nothing that says, instead of digging the site, if you can, let's bury the site. And we'd be glad to talk with you, and other federal agencies have expertise in how do you do that to make sure you preserve the site. Abingdon Plantation, when 15 years ago when they started to expand National Airport, the people living around there said, oh, you can't, we don't want any more planes. And they said one of the reasons is you're going to have an adverse effect to Abingdon Plantation, which was related to George and Martha Washington's family. His brother, somebody, lived there, but the plantation is on the grounds of National Airport. So the FAA, to their credit, working with the Virginia SPO, preserved and stabilized the ruins of the plantation, and there's markers there. So if you're at the National Airport and your flight's delayed, you can walk out the parking lot and you can go visit the ruins of Abingdon Plantation. You can see where the buildings were, you can read about who lived there, what the building's functions were. It's a really neat thing that very few people know about. But it's right there in the grounds of National Airport. Delaware DOT, Department of Transportation, has been particularly good and aggressive about doing websites on the DOT Delaware.gov website about archaeology when they do some data recovery. Instead of just doing a dry, dusty report of interest only to me and 3 others, they do these websites, and a lot of them are interactive, and they're really good. It's very interesting. So this is kind of mitigation that we would say, hey, in this day and age, this is a really neat thing. And if you want to go this route, we will applaud you for doing that. Something different. That's all we're looking for. A big issue when we're dealing with any historic property, you need to remember that visual intrusions, things like that, the property doesn't care. This is cell tower trees at a cemetery in Guatemala. Okay? These buildings don't care about the cell towers. The dead don't care about the cell towers. It's people who use the property, people who value the archaeological site or the scenic historic vista. The people are the ones who are bothered by the cell tower or the wind farm or the building out of keeping with everything else. So the site itself doesn't care. It's people's use of the site, people's perception of the site that matters in 106. The only way the cemetery cares is if you're going to plop it down right in the middle of it. And again, you're getting into that destruction or alteration. So when people say, oh, the site's going to be harmed by the cell tower, the site's not going to be harmed unless it's on top. It's people's use of the site, their perception of the site. That's going to be impacted. So that's a distinction you need to keep in mind, because when we start talking what is appropriate mitigation, we're talking about it's that perception, it's that use of the property. How can we preserve the use of the sacred site, the spring, the mountaintop, the vista, and still accommodate what we need to do to provide, electrical wind farm or solar panels or cell towers or whatever. So remember, it's people's use. Okay, as Steve has talked about a little bit, MOAs, memorandums of agreement, programmatic agreements, are legal binding documents that record the outcome of the consultation. They govern the undertaking and all of its parts, not just one part of an undertaking. obligate the signatories to carry out the terms, and they are, like I said, they are legally binding and enforceable in court because they are that evidence that the federal agency has complied with federal historic preservation law, Section 106. Where to go for help? Here's our pension building. As Steve said and introduced Guy Lopez, Guy is our liaison or our contact with the FCC. He deals with all FCC issues. He's the most knowledgeable in our office about FCC things in 106. So talk to Steve, talk to Guy, or talk to Steve about talking to Guy or how, whatever. But, he's your man right here that can help you. But again, folks can talk to us. As an archaeologist, I talk to people from consulting firms, archaeological firms, all day long. Bounce Ideas office, will this pass the laugh test? Well, let's see if it will or not. So we do that. We talk about folks. We talk about archaeological policy, all kinds of stuff. We have archaeological guidance on our website, a series of 47 questions that go through everything. And it's not just good for archaeology, good for all kinds of issues, identification, mitigation, things like that. Questions? Why does the ACHP allow third parties to submit requests for historical determinations or on properties owned by others without notifying the owner of the actions? Okay. To have a property, say to have a private property, Granny's house, listed on the National Register, requires Granny's consent because you're putting it on the register. But under our regulations, the agency is deciding with the SHPO that a certain property is historic. Granny's house is historic. That does not require Granny's consent. It require anybody's consent because it's simply a consensus determination. And by being found to be historic for purposes of 106 simply means it's going to be considered further in the process. But it doesn't take away any private property rights Granny has. Okay? Granny can bulldoze her house. The Ladies Mount Vernon Association that owns Mount Vernon, they could torch it tomorrow if they wanted to. It's private property. It's their property. They can do what they want. But in terms of just a consensus determination about 106 process, all we're doing is elevating it so it's going to be considered further. But that doesn't stop Grandma from painting it purple or adding an addition or anything else. Folks can do what they want within their own property. Now, as you well know, some historic districts may limit what people can do. But that's at the state level or the local level. That's not federal level. That's not 106. So if you can't, add that addition to your row house on Capitol Hill, that's not 106 or or the FCC's responsibility. That's D.C. government or, in Virginia, maybe the state of Virginia or Arlington or Alexandria. So we're not listing it on the register for purposes of 106. We're just considering it further in our project or our program. Does that answer the question? Can you go over integrating NHPA and NEPA? Okay. We actually have some slides and I deleted them. Of course, I knew this would come up. Our regulations have a whole section about NEPA integration. We encourage federal agencies to use the NEPA process, if that's what they do, for public outreach, for identification of historic properties, for consulting with others. We don't want you to reinvent the wheel. Use your NEPA documentation for Section 106 documentation. That's fine. Our regulations, though, also provide for what we call substitution, to where you actually use the NEPA process to resolve adverse effects and fold the 106 process into that. So if you have adverse effects, normal 106 process, you end up with an MOA or a programmatic agreement. With NEPA substitution, the mitigation measures you've agreed to are embodied in the record of decision. Okay? Because that record of decision is also a legal binding document. And if you say you're going to do something and it's in the ROD, you got to do it. So we have a beautiful slide that shows the various parts of our regulations: identification of historic properties, assessment of effect, resolution of adverse effect, and how they fit into NEPA. What I can do is bring that tomorrow, because you're going to get another half hour of me tomorrow. I can bring that, and we can have it so it can be provided to y'all. It's nice color and everything, but that goes into some detail. But we encourage NEPA integration if you're one of the agencies that use the NEPA process. And we have just, in fact, with CEQ, we have just issued about 6 months ago an entire book on integrating NEPA and 106. You can find that online on our website, achp.gov, or you can go to CEQ website and find it there. I think it's whitehouse.gov. Any other questions?
I think that's it.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Just a moment on the lunch break. We'll begin now, and then we'll reconvene here at 1:30. If you plan to eat in our cafeteria, you may need to be escorted, or will be needed to be escorted by an FCC staff person. Please meet up in the back of this room, and then follow the staff. After lunch, meet up, 1:15, 1:20. At the courtyard security station. So have a good lunch. Hello? I guess it's working. I hope you had a good lunch, and we'll get started with the second sessions here. Just like to keep the housekeeping up to date, and for folks that are just joining us for the first time, if you're watching remote, you can submit your questions via email, live questions, that's plural, at fcc.gov. And of course, in-house here, we have the note takers, and just also include your name and company affiliation as well. Given the volume of the questions and time constraints, we'll try to get to as many as possible. I'd like to turn the dais over to Steve.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming back from lunch, and hopefully more will come back as you get through security. Before I introduce Jeff Durbin from the National Park Service, I also wanted to mention some of the slides that you've been seeing before the meetings and during the lunch break. In some respects, they're my vacation slides. And there's some brochures about the Marconi Wireless Center, which is in Chatham, Massachusetts. It was started there in the early part of the 20th century, and it was the first station to be able to take wireless signals from Europe to this country. It's intact, it's all there, and you get a lovely group of volunteers that would love to show you around their facility. So help yourself to the brochures. I also will mention as part of that, because I'm getting ready to introduce Jeff Durbin from the National Park Service, Cape Cod National Seashore also has the site and a small exhibit for Marconi's first wireless station that only lasted a couple of years because it was on the banks of the ocean. And the ocean's not real kind to things that stand up real tall, especially on Cape Cod. I've known Jeff for a fair number of years. We worked together at the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. We both were staff members. And Jeff's got a varied background. Has worked for the Georgia State Historic Preservation Office, has done work for FEMA, and at the Advisory Council, he was the FEMA liaison, a job he took up after Rita and Katrina came and visited New Orleans a few years ago. So he's seen a lot of historic preservation work and knows a lot about the kinds of things that we do. The purpose of his presentation is to talk about constructing towers on federal lands, which is something that the FCC is not involved in. If you're building on a military base, you're building on national park land, Forest Service land, BLM land, don't ask me any questions about it, because that's not something that we have any responsibility for. We do have responsibility for tower projects that go up in the shadow of a national park, in the shadow of BLM land, outside of Forest Service land and things like that. And that's where we have a discussion. And I spent a lot of time talking to Jeff about how we can make those projects go forward or alter them to suit some of the concerns that Park Service or one of the other federal agencies might have. I also wanted to take the opportunity to mention that, and a lot of you may be aware of the executive order that President Obama issued a couple of years ago to make infrastructure easier to install on federal land. That initiative has not gone away. It's still percolating. It's still moving forward. And the White House office is responsible for that broadband executive order, has been working very quickly with the Council for Environmental Quality, CEQ, on the NEPA side, and the Advisory Council for the Section 106 side, to develop some streamlined regulations. They're not ready to be released yet, but that process is moving forward, so it has not been forgotten. So people are aware of the need to get infrastructure on federal lands, whatever agency owns it, whether it's a national park or a building like this, which is privately owned but leased by GSA for FCC use. So that sort of federalizes this institution. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Steve. Good afternoon, everyone. This is probably the first time since my coming to the Park Service 4 years ago that I've been asked to give a presentation about anything related to environmental review outside of the Park Service. So this is kind of an exciting opportunity to me. Usually I have a bunch of superintendents, park superintendents in the room, and we're trying to get them conditioned to what some of the responsibilities of their jobs are in terms of the whole plethora of federal mandates, federal laws, federal regulations, policies, director's orders, Secretary of Interior's orders. And you come in usually at the tail end of the day after they've already been told what all their responsibilities are, and you say, and another thing, I'd like to talk with you about Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. Actually, today I'm here not so much to talk about 106, although I will be touching upon that rather lightly, but to focus in on this topic about tower construction on or near federal lands. We at the National Park Service do see a good many of these towers every year. It hasn't always been a good relationship, but I know that there have been instances where a park superintendent or the cultural resources manager in a national park has worked with a telecommunications company or their contractor to work out solutions that are win-wins, where the tower goes up and it adequately addresses the need in the telecommunications field and is also something that is not unacceptable from the standpoint of protecting the values that make the national park important. Just as with any aspect of life, there's a good many laws on the books that deal with cultural resources management, as we like to call it in our business. That's kind of a code name for historic preservation. Cultural resources management gets into other issues as well as protecting historic places and archaeological sites, but also in terms of protection of artifacts and museum collections. But within the National Park Service, among all the federal agencies, we have a rather robust staff of cultural resource specialists that come from a wide variety of fields. not just historic preservation and history like mine, but also in terms of archaeology, cultural anthropologists, people who are very skilled at what they do, and they're very dedicated, and they take these laws rather seriously. Much of that has to do with the fact that the cornerstone of federal historic preservation law, the National Historic Preservation Act, designates our secretary, the Secretary of Interior, as the lead expert to advise the president on historic preservation. Now, there's a lot of other players in all of this. Every federal agency under the National Historic Preservation Act has designated a federal preservation officer, and that's Steve Del Sordo at FCC. Within each federal agency, there is a historic preservation program, and every federal agency carries out the mandates of NHPA a bit differently, and they're allowed to. That's something that the law does encourage, because let's face it, every federal agency has a different mission to serve the American people. So in terms of trying to mesh that agency mission with the mandates of NHPA, each federal agency is certainly challenged. We at the National Park Service have a lot broader responsibilities. We also administer the National Register of Historic Places, the National Historic Landmarks Program, some things that you may be hearing about throughout this course that you're taking, the Historic American Buildings Survey, the Historic American Engineering Record, the Historic American Landscape Survey. We're involved in a lot of different aspects of historic preservation. We developed for the Secretary of Interior's standards for the treatment of historic properties, which are used not only in terms of addressing modifications to historic buildings, but also things that you do in the setting of a historic building. NHPA is a very big law. There's a lot of different moving parts to it. It created the National Register of Historic Places, but it also set up within each of the states and the territories a state historic preservation office, which is something if you work with Section 106 long enough, you'll become quite familiar with the concept as you do these projects around the country. And each state historic preservation office brings to the table a certain set of expectations, a different emphasis sometimes to what they regard as being important in terms of historic properties in their state. What are some of the issues that they're facing in terms of protecting or encouraging people to protect historic properties. We'll just talk a little bit about this, as I said. Section 106 is a rather interesting kind of process for those of us who work with it on a daily basis. We are challenged constantly to try to work with a system that is facing a lot of different kinds of projects. And it seems like as reality has continued in my profession, we're seeing a lot of different things. Steve mentioned that at one time I worked with FEMA. I was a consultant to FEMA for several years and got to work on several disasters, including an earthquake up in Washington State and the World Trade Center terrorist attacks. And I thoroughly believe that if you can make Section 106 work in the aftermath of a terrorist attack, you could pretty much make Section 106 work anywhere. And the law does allow for that. There's, within the regulations, 36 CFR 800, there's a process for what to do when you have emergencies. But the thing that I think holds true about Section 106, regardless of what agency is involved, regardless of what federal applicant or licensee is involved, is that it's a process that really focuses on the concept of consultation. That's really the foundational principle to Section 106, talking with others outside of the federal agency, others outside of the project proponent, including those state historic preservation offices, tribal historic preservation offices where those exist, Indian tribes, other federal agencies, and often with local governments and local historic preservation advocacy organizations. And then finally, the Section 106 process, as it's written in the regulations, places a very high value upon the concept of public participation, allowing the public to learn about the project, but also to have a dialogue in terms of that project. The thing that I always advise people, no matter what the audience is when I'm teaching a Section 106 course, is that it does not mandate or guarantee a pro or positive historic preservation outcome. A lot of people in the historic preservation field are disappointed by that. They'll ask me, what good is this law if we don't have any teeth to it? Well, the people in Congress who set up Section 106 and the whole of the National Historic Preservation Act didn't necessarily want historic preservation outcomes to prevail in every instance, but they did encourage federal agencies to try to work so that you can balance what are often competing interests between historic preservation and an agenda or a mission of a federal agency. If you read the provision, Section 106, it's very brief. There's not a whole lot to it. There's really only 2 sentences. The 2 things that Section 106 requires of all federal agencies is, 1, to take into account the effects of their undertakings on historic properties, and secondly, to provide the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. I think you had Tom McCulloch from the ACHP staff here earlier. He works with that council with a reasonable opportunity to comment on such undertakings. And that's basically all that the law says. Fortunately, we have a set of regulations, as I mentioned earlier, 36 CFR Part 800, which really get into the nitty-gritty of doing Section 106 from start to finish. It's a 4-step process. It may not require the completion of all 4 steps depending on the circumstances involved with each project. But it is something that builds upon itself. If it's done right from the outset, it usually is pretty easy. Where things tend to go off the rails is when there's an inclination to overlook or to not really address all of the issues, particularly as they might concern a historic preservation advocacy group or the public. Now, we often get into situations where Section 106 is clearly required. Everything that my federal agency does on its lands that has the potential to affect historic properties is up for grabs as far as Section 106 is concerned. But keep in mind that there's a lot of other things that federal agencies are involved in and day out. It's not as clear cut. Those things are kind of in the murky shadows of what the federal government does. And it's not always clear on whether or not an undertaking with the potential to affect historic properties, if they're present, is actually occurring. When we used to teach the 106 training at the Advisory Council, we would often use examples to kind of get the class acclimated to the idea of applying this. And one was, let's say a local school district was receiving funding through the Federal Department of Education to add a breakfast program to underprivileged children in addition to the school lunch program that they were already doing. If that project only involved paying the wages of the cafeteria workers and purchasing the additional food that would be necessary to provide a breakfast as well as lunch to the school children. But it didn't involve any kinds of alterations to the kitchen, and it wouldn't require any actual construction work. That could be considered an undertaking because there is federal involvement, but with no potential to affect historic properties. Conversely, if you had a situation where a local police department was going to get an enhanced communications system, and in order to put that in place, they were not only purchasing the radio equipment, but they were also going to have to construct a tower on the roof of the City Hall building or on the roof of a county-owned building. That would definitely rise to the level of something with the potential to affect historic properties. That is just making a judgment that if there are historic properties present, then it is necessary to consult with those others. In those situations where the federal agency determines that there isn't the potential to affect historic properties, it is all done in-house, and it's not necessary to involve the other individuals. Now, under Section 106 and throughout the National Historic Preservation Act is a concept that's very inherent to historic preservation, and that is, what is a historic property? Well, for the purposes of 106 and for the entire NHPA, a historic property is one that is either included in or eligible for inclusion in the National Register of Historic Places. That can be a little murky too, because there's a lot of things out there on the American landscape that have never really been evaluated to see if they have eligibility for the National Register of Historic Places. And that's particularly true of properties that have significance, either cultural or religious significance, to American Indian tribes or to Native Hawaiian organizations. NHPA and Section 106 does place a very definite emphasis upon consultation with both federally recognized Indian tribes and with Native Hawaiian organizations. Sometimes we get this question: what happens if I don't do Section 106? Well, to my mind, nobody's ever gone to jail for noncompliance with Section 106. It has ruined some careers of some federal officials, but I don't think anybody's ever really lost their job or personally was responsible for some kind of a penalty. But there's plenty of negatives that go with noncompliance with Section 106. One is unfavorable media attention. Those of us who work in the federal service, we know all too well what it's like to be placed under a microscope. My federal agency in particular was under that microscope last fall with the shutdown of the federal government and what was happening here in Washington, D.C. with some of our monuments. So those of us in federal service really like to avoid getting challenged in that way. The best thing to do is to keep a good relationship with the public, and that way the media isn't hounding us. The other thing that can be very discouraging about noncompliance are lawsuits. And we all live in a world right now where this is a tool that people actively use. We get sued all the time. Well, I shouldn't say all the time, but we do get sued for one reason or another. Sometimes it's over things that nobody ever guessed would be an issue. For example, in San Francisco, one of our parks decided that they were going to make it more difficult for pet owners to bring their dogs into the park. You would not believe the outcry that caused. And in other cases where federal agencies are sued, the judge may order the federal agency to redo its environmental review process, either all or just part of its environmental review, including the Section 106. All these things add up to delays. They add up to additional project costs. So at the end of the day, it hits you right in the pocketbook, and we certainly don't like to be in those situations. We've had a number of projects within the National Park Service that did challenge us in this regard. A real recent example would be what happened up at Gettysburg National Military Park with the cyclorama. We proposed demolishing that building. Real important example of modern architecture by the world-famous architect Richard Neutra. That project was very unpopular with people in this country and around the world who regard modernist landmarks like that as important for preservation. And it took us about 10 years to finally clear the environmental review process. We carried out what we originally intended to do, which was to demolish that building and restore the landscape in that part of the battlefield. It's the most important part of the battlefield. It's the so-called high water mark of the Confederacy on the third day of the Battle of Gettysburg. But that project did create a lot of hard feelings. Within the 106 regulations are a set of criteria that each federal agency applies to the projects that it does or it assists others in doing. And of those criteria, there's really only three that often are applied in cases where a federal agency might be involved in a utility or a tower type project. The most obvious one is the damage or destruction of historic properties. This is most specifically applicable when a federal agency is proposing to assist an undertaking that might result in the demolition of a historic building or the demolition of a historic, or the destruction of a historic site or an archaeological site. Keep in mind that destruction can come about not just from the footprint of a tower project, but also all the other things that go with it, the access roads and the support buildings that might be necessary. The other two criteria really get into more indirect kinds of effects. And Section 106 does address both kinds, the direct and the indirect effects. The first being the change in the character or use of a historic property or its setting. In those cases where you're introducing something that is going to change the setting of a historic property, that could very well be an adverse effect. And then finally, the third one kind of overlaps with the second one, the introduction of audible, visual, or atmospheric elements that are not part of the property's characteristics that make it eligible for the National Register. And these two are the ones that are often applied to projects that are occurring outside of our parks. And I'll be talking more about that as we get into this presentation. For now, I just want you to keep in mind that it's not only the footprint of a tower project that we're concerned with, it's also these other visual elements. Now, we at the National Park Service see a wide variety of things on the American landscape that challenge our role in terms of being the nation's storyteller and in terms of protecting those cherished places that Congress or the President have designated as national parks or as national monuments. We see this a lot with transmission lines, particularly in the western United States, where you don't have a lot of tree cover or you have very little relief on the landscape. These things are rather noticeable, and they are getting bigger, not getting smaller. And remember I said a while ago that there's always new things being introduced that cause all of us to be a little more introspective and to think about what we think of them in terms of historic preservation. Now, I'm a big believer in alternative energy sources. I'll let that be known right out of the gate. I would much rather see the construction of a wind farm than somebody putting up a coal-fired generating plant or a nuclear reactor. I really think that our country needs to play catch-up in terms of alternative energy sources because we are lagging behind. But at the same time, I think we also need to be careful about where we place these things and that we don't mess things up to where those visually sensitive areas become fair game in terms of wind or solar energy. And while we're on the topic of solar energy, in some ways these are even more massive than the wind farms. They can take up quite a bit of acreage, and depending on the technology, use different facilities. The most common are the PV solar projects, the photovoltaic, which have this whole series of the what most people commonly think of when they think of solar energy, the panels that will absorb the rays of the sun to create energy. But we are also seeing the other two types of solar energy development. The heliostat projects, which concentrate solar energy with a series of mirrors and reflectors. And these things can be even more massive, not just in terms of their horizontal footprint, but also in terms of a vertical structure, which can be as much as 300 feet high. Also, they're kind of hard to look at. If you're out in the field on a bright sunny day and you stare at one of these things, it might blind you. As I mentioned, we are a bit behind some of our peers in the world. In France, they've built this solar furnace in the Pyrenees Mountains between France and Spain. It's in French territory, but it's real close to the border. Reading up on this, I found out that this thing can generate heat up to 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I can't remember what it was Celsius, but if you pay attention to things like this, it does generate a lot of power, but obviously it's concentrating a lot of power in one place. And that structure that you see in the background, I think, is about 3 stories tall. So, why do we care about things like this so much at the National Park Service? Well, as I mentioned, we've been sued. And sometimes you have to ask, why did you get sued? Because seemingly it didn't really mean that we were involved. Probably the classic example of this, I don't know how many of you have been to Gettysburg National Military Park, but if you've been going long enough, you might remember this structure in the photograph. This was a very controversial thing that was put up using private money on private land. It was originally proposed at a different location, and when the Park Service found out about it, they tried to work with the developer to change the location. And in the end, they were able to reach a solution that, while the Park Service didn't want to come right out and say, we think this is the best thing since sliced bread, they grudgingly said, okay, this is a lot better than what the developer originally wanted to do. Keep in mind this tower was a 307-foot observation tower with different levels so that the public could see the landscape at Gettysburg. And if you study military history, you know that topography and how commanders in the field use that topography to their advantage is something that definitely influences the strategy of it. What could be wrong with a tower like this if you're helping the public to better understand why some of the things happened during the 3 days when North and South fought at Gettysburg? Well, there were a lot of people who didn't care that this was a better location than the original one. All that they knew was that the Park Service had consented to provide a 22-foot vehicular and pedestrian right-of-way on its land. To keep things on the up and up, the Park Service sought the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation's comment, just like Section 106 requires it to do. And they did this in 1972. Well, back in those days, federal agencies weren't in the habit of saying up front, we think this is an adverse effect. What do you think, Advisory Council? The Advisory Council wrote back and they said, clearly this is an adverse effect. And the Advisory Council tried to discourage the Park Service from doing it. Well, the state of Pennsylvania, or the Commonwealth, got in on the act, and they eventually sued not only the Park Service, but also the Department of the Interior, the agency that we're within. The federal court eventually dismissed most of the complaints, or all of the complaints, but it did issue a formal request to the Secretary of the Interior asking him to explain why the Department of the Interior had failed to issue an environmental impact statement. Keep in mind that the National Environmental Policy Act by 1972 had only been on the books for about 3 years, and Section 106 had only been around since 1966, so it wasn't much older than NEPA. Federal agencies back in those days were, really trying to grapple with how you addressed these two procedural laws, Section 106 and NEPA. And I don't know what the decision makers were thinking in those days or why they didn't do an EIS. I was in grade school then, so I can't really tell you. But in hindsight, it looks like a big mistake, and it was. And I think the Park Service recognized it, and by the 1990s, the federal government condemned the property through eminent domain that the tower was on. And that was much to the consternation of the developer who built it. He challenged that condemnation and eventually lost and was bought out. And in the year 2000, the National Park Service demolished the tower to the delight of many onlookers. More recently, we've been involved in a transmission line project in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, known as the Susquehanna to Roseland Transmission Line Project. As renewable energy projects are being carried out, there's also an acknowledgement that the existing infrastructure for transmitting all that energy is not really up to the task of doing that. So one of the things that the more traditional energy sector of the economy has been trying to do is put in place infrastructure that will deal with that. In this particular case, we did an environmental impact statement on, I think it was about 30 miles of this transmission line project that would not only cut across Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area, one of our national parks, but also would bisect the Appalachian Trail, which is also owned by the National Park Service. And in the case of this project, the Advisory Council asked us why we weren't doing our study on the entire route. And our response was, well, we don't have control over those other parts of the project. We can only deal with what we have some power or say-so over, and that's what's inside the boundaries of the park. And I don't think that was a very satisfactory explanation for the council, but at the same time, they didn't challenge us on that. Now, I've emphasized everything up till now dealing with Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, which I said was a procedural law. It's not a substantive law at all. It's a procedural law that asks federal agencies to address those two things, consider what the effects of the undertaking will be, and to afford the Advisory Council a reasonable opportunity to comment. We at the National Park Service have an even higher bar or expectation that we have to meet in terms of our national parks. For those of you who know about the Park Service, you know that our first national park, which was the world's first national park, Yellowstone, was established in 1972. But we as an agency weren't created until 1916. And in the interim, the Department of the Army managed all of the national parks that had been established up until then. But with the passage of the Organic Act of 1916, we as an agency came to be, and our primary mission was to manage the national parks and the national monuments. And the law has evolved over the past century. We'll be celebrating our centennial in 2 more years. But essentially what the Organic Act requires is that the Park Service promote and regulate the use of federal areas known as national parks, monuments, and reservations by such means and measures to conform to fundamental purposes to conserve scenery and natural and historic objects and wildlife therein, and to provide for the enjoyment of same in such manner by such means as will leave them unimpaired for enjoyment of future generations. So we not only need to protect them for the public of today, we have to protect them for the public of here on out. That's a pretty strong mandate. The Organic Act has been challenged over the years in terms of its interpretation, and in many cases the courts have upheld the importance of the agency applying the Organic Act to its land management decisions. And in some cases that's gone negatively for our agency because the courts decided that we really weren't doing what we were supposed to do, which was to keep those parks unimpaired. For example, in the National Rifle Association of America versus Potter in 1986, the court had ruled, in the Organic Act, Congress speaks of but a single purpose for the National Park Service, namely conservation of the scenery and the natural and historic objects. So we as a land managing agency have a very different mission to what you will encounter with other land managing agencies. The U.S. Forest Service or the Bureau of Land Management, which is also in the Department of Interior, have a very different philosophy on how they deal with management decisions. Our primary mission is conservation. In addition to federal law and the court decisions, there's also this. The National Park Service's management policies, which are updated periodically. The most recent edition of the management policies was adopted in 2006. This is a very important document for those land managers in a national park, but also for the superintendent of those parks. The bar, as I said, is set rather high. And in terms of land protection and what that park will do to try to protect the values that make that park significant to the American people, it doesn't just depend upon what happens within the park. And if you read this document, it's pretty clear that we're also supposed to be observant and to try to influence as much as possible those things that could represent a clear impact externally to a national park. And scenic values is a kind of a real hot button issue with many of our national park units. They take rather seriously trying to protect the landscape around the park as much as possible. And in the old days, when everything that was occurring outside of the park wasn't really that noticeable from within the park, there probably wasn't very much of a vocal attempt to try to influence those things that were going on. But the example that I like to use are Civil War battlefields. And if you go to many of the national parks, the military parks and the national battlefields that we administer, you'll realize that the part that's really within the Park Service boundary only represents a rather small part of those individual battlefields. There's a much larger area. And in places like Gettysburg, or if you go to Stones River in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, you realize that there's a lot of development pressures exerting on those battlefields. It's through error and through experience that park managers have come to realize that those things that are outside the park boundaries do represent potential threats, particularly if they're vertical. So within Washington, D.C., the National Park Service director and the people who advise the director here in Washington, D.C., have attempted to exert some influence on what's happening. And I know in some situations it may seem like the park managers or the superintendent of a national park might be taking some of these mandates a little bit too seriously. But keep in mind that we have a very motivated group of people who serve in our parks. They're some of the most exceptional and motivated people that I've ever worked around. They take very seriously their jobs, and they recognize that they're under a microscope in terms of protecting those things. More recently, we have been challenged by some of the environmental advocacy organizations in the country over what they consider to be an erosion or outright impairment of those scenic values, especially in some of our iconic parks like Yellowstone. There is a public interest group that has been challenging us about the erection of our own towers that we place within the boundaries of the park. And we're putting those up just so that we can provide decent communication systems between our law enforcement and other park staff, so that if there's ever an emergency and somebody's way out in the back country, somebody doesn't have to run down the trail 20 miles just to get word that somebody's in harm's way. We consider that to be just as important, life safety, just as important as protection of those values or qualities that caused our parks to be created in the first place. Obviously, there's been a lot of change throughout the last 20 years with the creation of communication towers and the antenna that are used. As the technology has changed, some of the challenges have kind of shifted. I think there's been a lot of innovation technologically, but also environmentally, and I think that's a positive. Throughout the years, folks at the Park Service, but also in the State Historic Preservation offices, have come to recognize that if they work early enough with the telecommunications industry, sometimes you can make minor modifications to a project that could result in a much more favorable effect on a historic landscape. In this particular case, a mountaintop tower was built, but instead of using a standard tower height, they went with one of these short mast towers to minimize its visual effect on the surrounding area. And as you can see in the photo, there's some support buildings that are close to the tower, so they help buffer the visual effect. We at the National Park Service, in terms of our cultural landscapes program, have been working with others to come up with kind of some scientific ideas on how to minimize the visual effects of things on the landscape. And it's recognized that where you use color or shapes that don't contrast with their surroundings, sometimes you can cause those things to blend in. I don't know how clearly these little images are coming through on any of the screens, but what's attempted here is to show you how different colors on a building can either maximize or minimize its visual presence, and the same thing can be true of the shape of things. For example, with power lines, what we'll often see are attempts to make the power lines go below a tree level so that if a visitor is looking out over a vista, they won't see those power lines. So certainly reducing height or changing the color of structures can make a big difference. Stealth towers, I'm sure some of you or many of you are familiar with this concept. Personally, I don't think they're all that they're cracked up to be, and I understand that they're rather expensive. I've been told that they're as much as triple the cost of a standard pole. Frankly, I think you need to look at these on a case-by-case basis. The example on the right hand is from Japan. As you can see, the tower is way above the tree line, so it represents something that's truly unnatural in that landscape. Conversely, the photo on the left-hand side of the screen shows what is ostensibly a palm tree, and I think this is a little more successful. I don't know how much taller it is to what a native palm tree would be in that environment, but it doesn't seem to be as unnatural. The other thing that I think people in historic preservation have responded favorably to is the idea of collocation. And I know you guys will be talking more about this, and I won't say very much, but for the time being, where towers already exist, and it's feasible, I know it's not always feasible, to use those existing towers would be preferable than the erection of new towers. Similarly, there have been attempts to place antenna on buildings. In some situations, they have not been very successful. In others, they are similar to the stealth trees in that they're not as noticeable on the building and represent a rather sophisticated attempt to make the visual impact less. As with any presentation that I give, no matter what the audience is, there's a lot of questions, I know, following the presentation. And if any of you want to seek me out, I'm always very welcome to the idea of sure thing, of people contacting me directly. But I also want you to know that we have national parks in all the 50 states now. Delaware was the last state that didn't have a park, and they now have one. So our individual park units are something that you can always work with. And I encourage you to talk as early as possible with those park units when you know you're going to be in an area that's close to a national park. You can find a complete list of all the national parks on our website, nps.gov. And then in terms of the Section 106 process, the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation really is the expert on Section 106, and there's a plethora of material on their website about how to address Section 106. I was just handed a question, and the question is, are there, I think is it numeric thresholds for audible, visual, or atmospheric elements? If not, what is the criteria to determine an effect? Well, in terms of audible effects, yes and no. Sound specialists can tell you, what the increase of, say, a highway project or an airport will be in terms of those improvements, how much more sound it will create, and how that will impact a resource. Keep in mind that with our national parks, quiet is real important. And this is one of the things that we're being challenged on by those environmental advocacy groups who really think that it's wrong for the public to be able to come into our parks and stand next to Old Faithful and blab to their friend somewhere in Arkansas or in Spokane, Washington, hey, I'm standing right here at Old Faithful. Yeah, it's really cool. I'm not sure that many people at the Park Service share that view, but at the same time, many people come to our parks expecting it to be different from the world that they dwell in when they're at home. So quiet is a very important value. And in terms of noticeable changes from a project, obviously those are going to be key factors of concern. The threshold that the Section 106 regulations really expects federal agencies to use isn't as scientific as you might imagine. What it talks more about is how you're going to have a detrimental effect on the qualities that make the property eligible for the National Register. And just to use an example, Minuteman Park at Lexington and Concord in Massachusetts, that was a very controversial situation involving the expansion of an airport in the area. And the Park Service, along with other historic preservation organizations, attempted to argue that the visitors' experience of what it might have been in April 1775 when the shot heard round the world was fired, if you're trying to picture that as a visitor, you're not going to be able to do it if there's a Learjet taking off and landing at the local airport. You might not hear the shot heard round the world, in other words. Or you can't imagine what it was like for those brave individuals that stood up to Mother England. These are all very subjective kinds of things, I know. And if you come from an engineering background or you come from a planning background, you're probably much more accustomed to the notion of hard and fast, very black and white kinds of standards. With cell towers, there's a lot of things that can balance or influence, yay, nay, plus or minus, what the net effect is going to be. Some cell towers are placed in places where they're not that noticeable because there's already a lot of clutter on the landscape, and the introduction of another cell tower probably isn't going to change it. Or if there are buffers that provide a visual buffer between that cell tower and a visually sensitive area, they might not be a problem. One of the things that does weigh in, I know FAA has a standard of having aviation beacons placed on the towers, and in situations where night skies are important, the protection of the sky to where you don't have as much artificial light, and it disrupts people who are astronomy buffs. Those kinds of things could be an issue, maybe even more so than the tower itself. It really is a case-by-case kind of thing. So there's not always going to be a pat answer on those things. Got another one.
Oh, maybe one more, but then we really do need to move
Okay.
on to the next panel.
Several superintendents have taken the position that if a tower can be seen from anywhere in the park, that constitutes an adverse effect. Is that MPS regional or national policy? To my mind, no. There is no such policy that would regard any visible recognition of a tower as automatically constituting an adverse effect. And the regulations, while they're not always clear on this, the regulations do speak to not whether or not you can see it, but if it is diminishing the characteristics that make the property eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. Now, keep in mind that not all of our national parks are going to be historic sites or historic parks. Some of them will have visually sensitive characteristics that are on the natural realm of things. So, but in terms of Section 106, in order for it to be an adverse visual effect, there would have to be a decision by the federal agency that was doing the 106 process on whether or not it did diminish those characteristics that make the property eligible. And just being able to see something doesn't automatically diminish. It just really depends. I think in those situations where the tower exceeds the tower or the tree line and is very noticeable and it is very close to those particularly visually important parts of a battlefield or those visually important places like you see in the Ansel Adams photographs of Yosemite. Those are the kinds of things that clearly would be an adverse visual effect. With the others, there definitely needs to be, I think, a discussion about them. The balloon tests are used quite often. I've heard good and bad about those. But in terms of being able to project or predict what something will look like, I think that's one of the best tools in your toolkit that you can utilize in terms of consultation with the State Historic Preservation Office, an Indian tribe, or one of our national parks. And I've been told not to take any more questions, so I'm gonna cut off right now. I will be around the rest of the afternoon. If questions come up, you can come up to the front of the room and see me.
Thank you very much, Jeff. I appreciate your coming over and talking to us about national parks. I found it very helpful to hear what you had to say. Before we start the next panel, I will sort of semi-answer the last question Jeff got, which was if one of our licensees or tower proponents doing a project on private land near a national park and the park is concerned, the agency that is the lead agency is the FCC, and the FCC makes the decision about adverse effects ultimately. So, and I also will say that Jeff and I, along with his bosses here in D.C., have been talking for about a year or so, trying to figure out a better way forward for our licensees to build within the view sheds, the greater view sheds of national parks, so that it's a more efficient, effective process. Because especially here in the D.C. headquarters area, the park managers recognize that having cell service is good for public safety, so that somebody doesn't have to run 20 miles down the road to go find a payphone or a park ranger if there's an emergency. So our next topic, our next session is Section 106 documentation and State Historic Preservation Office review, and I'm really pleased to have Roger Kirshen from the Virginia SHPO's office and then Jan Biela from the New Mexico State Historic Preservation Office to come and talk to us about their role in the Section 106 process for communications towers. So while they're getting themselves set up, you're welcome to stand, but we don't want you to leave the room, because we're going to take the entire time we can to have all the sessions to you.
While we're setting up, I would just share, and some folks may remember this, an interesting little coda to what Jeff was talking about with that observation tower in Gettysburg. Of course, being a tall structure in a historic area with lots of tourists and nothing much else around, what was up on that tower, of course, communications antennas. And when they were getting ready to bring the tower down, the problem came up, what do we do with these, and where can we put them in a place like Gettysburg to try to minimize any effect? So we were sort of scrambling in those last weeks, working with the folks at the Park Service, and ultimately came up with some good solutions. But that was an interesting little piece of that exercise.
Okay. We're going to get started now. I'm Steve Del Sordo, Federal Preservation Officer, and at one point in my career, I actually worked at a SHPO office. I worked in Delaware for about 12 years as the National Register Coordinator and Historic Site Surveys, and I did RP3 and all those planning things we had to do for the Park Service years ago, especially back when the SHPOs were audited. I have with me, and I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to be able to introduce Roger Kirshen from the Virginia SHPO office. He's their compliance manager, and Jan Baye, who is the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer for New Mexico, and basically the day-to-day manager of their program in that state. And I want to thank again PCIA for providing the funding to allow them to come, and also for the next panel as well, because we couldn't have done this without them. And I think it's a valuable introduction, value added for you all, both here in the room and also on the internet, to hear what the State Historic Preservation offices are looking to do in terms of communications tower reviews. And one of the things that I often will say, and I say this with a great deal of admiration to the SHPOs, is basically they do my work for me. And I really appreciate it. And I know I've said it to you both before, but there's no way myself and Don and Dan and Dan Marie could do 14,000 tower projects in a year without the State Historic Preservation offices and without the tribes doing the reviews and doing the work that they do. So it's really good. So I'm going to be quiet and let them talk about their states and what it is that they're looking for communications towers, and then we'll answer questions. Did you guys decide who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Sure, thank you. Like Steve said, I'm Roger Kirshen with the Virginia Department of Historic Resources, the State Historic Preservation Office of Virginia. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through 106 regulations again, but I did want to give a little context to our review process in Virginia, and maybe have some takeaways for whatever state you're working in. But to continue the Love Fest a little bit, I'd like to also thank the industry folks that we work with on a regular basis. I think for the most part, you're the folks that keep the process moving forward, and you seem to get 106, you get the nationwide programmatic agreement, you're willing to work with us and other consulting parties. And I think really what we struggle with is clarity and consistency. And it's kind of difficult to achieve when you're working in multiple states and everybody's doing it a little differently. But really developing those personal relationships between the SHPO office and the industry folks is the best and first step to do that. So I thank you for your work, and I thank you for bringing on qualified consultants to do your work. And really your overall willingness to work with us to find the best fit for projects. Just to give a sense of scale in Virginia, I feel like I'm fading in and out, but overall we have about 225,000 recorded resources within Virginia. 182,000 of those are architectural resources. 3,000 approximately of those are listed on the National Register of Historic Places. We also have 126 National Historic Landmarks. In addition to the 3,000 listed resources, we have an additional 3,000 approximately eligible or potentially eligible architectural resources, which sort of fall into the domain of the Nationwide Programmatic Agreement. Don't know the math, but that leaves 170-some thousand architectural resources that are considered unevaluated in our records and really fall outside of the requirements of the Nationwide Programmatic Agreement. And we do abide by that. We take very seriously the way the Nationwide Programmatic Agreement is written. We take opportunities to express our concerns about unevaluated resources when appropriate, but not unreasonably, I think. We do have about 650 additional archaeological sites that have been determined eligible. These are beyond the listed archaeological sites. And to add to that, we have numerous, following up on what Jeff was talking about, numerous national park units. We have numerous historic Department of Defense installations. So it's a really complex environment that we're working in. And add to that really blossoming cultural landscapes issues, ranging from the Captain John Smith Chesapeake National Historic Trail, Star Spangled Banner Trail, the Washington Rochambeau Revolutionary Trail, the Journey Through Hallowed Ground. These are heritage areas that I think Dan mentioned earlier in their presentation. And foremost of importance in Virginia are battlefields and Civil War battlefields. We have, as defined by the National Park Service and the Civil War Sites Advisory and the American Battlefield Protection Program, have 122 Civil War battlefield study areas identified in Virginia. The number is 1.2 million acres of battlefield land identified in our records. So that leaves probably about 10 acres in which you can build cell towers in Virginia, but we're going to make the highest and best use of those 10 acres. I thought maybe spending a little time discussing the battlefield issue just briefly. It's a very confusing issue because the American Battlefield Protection Program has identified a series of concentric boundaries that begin with a study area, which is basically all the land which the battle touched, including the avenues of access and egress. You have core area, which is the hallowed ground, which is where the fighting happened and the dead fell. And most recently in 2009, starting 2009, updates began to identify potential National Register boundaries for these battlefields. And that's really a subset of the study in core areas and is a estimate of integrity. And from our SHPO's perspective, we approach battlefields from the largest resource first, the study area first, and then refine through consultation really what the most important issues are. And you'll find that we encourage consultation with the National Park Service. If there's a local park unit that could provide technical assistance, we recommend consultation with that body. If there isn't a local park unit, then consultation with the American Battlefield Protection Program unit of the Park Service is part of what we would expect from consultation if there's an affected battlefield or a potentially affected battlefield. And that sort of segues into the ideas of consultation, which have been echoed by all presentations today. But we take very strongly that approach and really feel that our duty as SHPO is kind of a mediator for the process. And we will not review. We do use the E106 system and are very pleased with that, but we will not review it until we have the proper notifications through the TCNS, demonstrating that that's been completed, demonstrate that the public notice has been issued, and demonstrate that the local government has been consulted. We don't expect that consultation has ended, but we are looking for some indication that it has been started. So it'll be kicked back if we don't see evidence of that consultation underway. Affected property owners, once we get further in the process, we bring them in. We find that they are an important player in the resolution of adverse effect. If it's a single property owner, or if it's a park unit, for instance, but we feel that they have a lot to offer to the consultation process as we move towards resolution of any adverse effect. I'm not sure if all SHPOs take this approach, but in Virginia, we require archaeological survey of every tower, lease area, and access road. The rationale being that our reading of the nationwide programmatic agreement states that you either do a survey or demonstrate that it's been disturbed beyond the depth of proposed disturbance. And well, the best way to do that is archaeological study, and we expect that there'll be an archaeologist out there to make that determination, so you might as well have them do the survey. But we do accept abbreviated reports to further streamline the process. So if they go out there and they don't find anything, we don't expect a full report in accordance with our guidelines, but rather just an abbreviated summary. If things are found, we do expect full reporting. I don't know how consistent that is across the state, but that's our approach in Virginia. And for architectural resources, as discussed in Jeff's talk, we do generally start with balloon tests as a first step in assessing visual effects, but also to Jeff's point that we must first consider whether or not setting is a key aspect of integrity or a component of its significance. And a lot of that is subjective and a matter of some debate, but for the most part, we feel we're reasonable in that. There might be other advocacy groups that aren't so reasonable, and they have a seat at the table like everybody else. So our job is to really bring folks together and try to find some answers, and we generally have success in minimizing impacts. And when we can't minimize, then mitigation is always an interesting exercise. Feeding on what Tom had said earlier, the examples raised for mitigation were intriguing. I'd like to talk with you more about these cell phone tours. We haven't used those, and I'm interested. And maybe we're beyond websites, which we've been promoting maybe far too long. People don't use websites anymore, I guess. But one thing that you'll hear from our office when we get to this point is that we really insist that there's some public benefit. This isn't something just an administrative exercise. I mean, the process is in the public's interest, and we think mitigation should express that interest and to provide some public benefit. Recent mitigation solutions that we've developed were, to develop a exhibit in the local history museum on a newly listed historic district. They listed the district in efforts to fight the tower, which it's within their rights to do. And, mitigation now for the tower that will go up will be a new exhibit in their museum about their historic district, courtesy of the tower company. So everybody felt that was a reasonable outcome, and I think everybody left feeling like they got something that they wanted. And I think I'll wrap up my section by speaking, following up on something that Jeff said about legal challenges, and SHPOs aren't always viewed as helping federal agencies or their applicants, but we really do feel that we are, and really we have. You can look at it as if we have your interests in mind, and really trying to prevent exposure and liabilities from legal challenges. You know, we're here to ask those questions. If it's a controversial project, you know, we're going to make sure your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed to make sure that you adhere to the requirements of the NHPA and the MPA, so that you avoid, you know, exposing yourself to legal challenge. You can always be legally challenged, but at least if you follow the process appropriately, then those really have no basis. And hopefully in the process, even though sometimes it seems like consultation can drag on and on with SHPO, as Jeff said, that's nothing compared to the cost and time of a legal challenge. So we really do advocate for the process. We don't view ourselves as an advocate for historic resources as much as for the process. There's certainly enough groups out there who are advocating for historic resources who don't understand the process. So we take it upon ourselves to advocate for the process and let the others sort of throw themselves across historic property. So with that, I'll pass it over to Jan and look forward to questions.
Thank you very much. I think we probably do many things very similarly in New Mexico and in Virginia. Let's see if I, okay. Anyway, greetings. We had to slide for a while. It's my favorite postcard to simply start with things, and I can see this way as well. In terms of the manner in which we handle the FCC or the cell tower, we don't use the E106, though we're threatening to, and we're certainly heavily invested into digital, and I fully expect it to happen soon. But we manage the paper because the state is still a paper archive, and I truly feel that this will change, and we have our foot in both worlds, and as a result, we do twice the work, I think. It certainly hasn't stopped anything. In terms of review in our office, it had been brought up earlier when the FCC would be the lead on private land, let's say, but when there's federal land, and this map happens to show tribal land, which will segue into our next panel. But there's a lot of federal land on that slide too, and it's green and sort of pale yellow. Those are two of our largest federal agencies, the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. We also, of course, have parks. We have large military reservations in addition to the tribal reservations. And we deal with not only a programmatic agreement, the national agreement, that we also are committed to and try to implement the process in the agreement and the co-location agreement meticulously. We also have programmatic agreements with nearly every federal agency in the state. So we don't use standard 36 CFR 800 nearly that much in that, and you may notice some differences in how the federal agencies, if they are the lead on cell towers, may handle their process and consultation with our office. We have a staff of approximately 30. About half of our staff are dedicated to maintaining a database. It is the New Mexico Cultural Resource Information System. It started in the late 80s. It emphasized archaeological properties and is more up to date on that, although we're about 5,000 undertakings down. We think it's a 5-year backlog. As of earlier this year, we had approximately 178,000 archaeological sites in the database, but it begins, and we number our sites by what we call Laboratory of Anthropology number 1, which is a site that was excavated in the 30s, and go on up. We reserve special numbers, like the Trinity site is LA 100,000, and we actually have a Moon LA number 1 million that we've reserved. It has to do with space development on White Sands Missile Range, and it's on the state register too. So we also have a state register. We value our very long cultural resource history. We have early man sites. They go about 13,500 years ago. The Folsom Man site, which named early Paleo-Indian sites in the state, is a National Historic Landmark and one of the first sites investigated. Clovis in Blackwater Draw is another National Historic Landmark and a very early site with ancient mammoths and other Pleistocene mammals that are no longer roam the land, all the way up through the Manhattan Project, the Trinity site, and Cold War era. We have a number of properties that are far less than 50 years in age, but are significant in our nation's history and in New Mexico's history. In terms of our review staff, we are organized into two basic groups, the architectural and historian side of the program and the archaeological side of the program. Our archaeological reviewer takes the lead on cell towers reviews, but coordinates very closely with the architectural side of the program, depending on the nature of the resource that is affected. Let's see if I'm going the wrong direction. It really does bleed red, but the dots aren't that bad. The types of resources, we've got a Paleo-Indian site, just to give you a few picturesque pictures from New Mexico. The feature of the big site on the left-hand side of the slide is an excavation of a very large ancestral pueblo that was not known despite the interstate and the access road that clearly are there. So just a takeaway that just because you think it's developed doesn't mean there isn't intact archaeology. I assure you the Federal Highway Administration is well aware of this project at this point in time. The talk about battlefields and the issues in cell tower reviews or any 106 review, really we're moving away from individual archaeological sites, individual buildings, or even districts that are we fairly understand impacts, ways of dealing with them, moving into a landscape level. And certainly in the West, we have tremendous vistas. In this particular case, I borrowed a slide from the National Park Service and the National Historic Trail Program, just to give you an idea of one. Of course, they're national. In New Mexico, we have 3 recognized trails, and the integrity of the setting and the place is tremendously important. Here are 2 different shots of the old Santa Fe Trail. One on with heavy ruts, easy to identify. The other, just a simple vegetative change, and way in the background, and I don't know if I can use there's the cell tower. It came in for a review in our project. The consultant did an admirable job of identifying the visual effects. But I don't think, and this was a number of years ago, nearly 10 years ago, when this particular tower went up, that we fully appreciated how to do meaningful visual effects, how to assess visual effects. It is literally the only intrusion in that landscape. Today, we would definitely call it an adverse effect, even though it's small, because of the integrity. And when we're looking at trails, though we know the routes, and here's another one, this is Camino Real. Again, interstate, New County Road, which is quite prominent, and the Camino Real is the wandering trail up from Mexico City to north of Santa Fe. This is where you're looking at what the overall integrity of setting is and how we assess effects, knowing that we're a rural state, yet heavily invested in infrastructure, and we need broadband, we need towers, we need the other industrial support, trying to figure out how we do this in a way that minimizes effect. The other landscapes that we are dealing with in New Mexico are cultural and ethnographic landscapes. In the background is the mountain, Mount Taylor. It's one of our central mountains. It is a sacred mountain. It is a National Register eligible property, and it was formally listed on the State Register of Cultural Properties in 2008. It went into litigation. We've mentioned litigation a number of times. And a couple of months ago, the New Mexico Supreme Court upheld the listing of Mount Taylor as a traditional cultural place. In New Mexico, we use the word place as well as property by unanimous It was a unanimous opinion. The lawsuit had to do with due process, and a number of issues, but we were pleased to be upheld. In the lower part, there are those are guardian features around Mount Taylor. Let me step back. What was interesting about Mount Taylor is when it was listed on the state register, 5 of our tribes, actually 4 in New Mexico and 1, the Hopi tribe from Arizona, prepared the nomination and explained what made that mountain important to them. And so I find it a very interesting nomination. The Forest Service had consulted with our office, and it's also a consensus determination of eligibility. The other slide is another traditional cultural property on another mountain, but a smaller one from Los Huertas Creek. And it is both a Sandia Pueblo cultural property and a Northern Hispano cultural property. So an ethnographic studies were done in both cases to help support and provide documentation of the importance of these resources and understanding that development will happen. There are cell towers on the top of Mount Taylor. They were there long before it was listed. As we add more infrastructure, there's a wind farm now at the base. There are modern intrusions, and we look and try to strike balance, and the tribes do as well, has been my experience. These are very difficult resources to work with, but we're trying to assess the effects in a systematic way and through consultation identifying the issues that are most important. And finally, in New Mexico, we have many rural historic districts, ranching districts, that also are in heavily undeveloped areas. When I see the Verizon and AT&T maps, the dueling maps on who has the most, go to New Mexico, it's got a lot of white. Nobody's there, and yet we have people who want to work there and who need the infrastructure. 2 more examples. These were out of compliance actions. One is along Route 66, so we have modern trails. Just think, transportation corridors have been there a long time, and this is just our most recent well-known trail. There's our corridor. That was an adverse effect determination that we worked with the FCC to resolve. Was it a couple years ago? Yeah. Something like that. And we did. Again, we advocate for a public outcome. In this case, it benefited a nearby association to help interpret that type of resource. And this is one really from the Navajo Nation. Cell tower put on top of a very large pueblo and a series of caves. Nothing has happened with that. But that's where we find that the State Historic Preservation Office is only responsible for certain parts of New Mexico. We also have 8 and soon to be 9 tribal historic preservation offices that serve and have taken over our functions, almost all of them, in terms of Pueblo land, going back to that first map. We have a lot of tribal land as well as public land and public state land in New Mexico. In terms of successful consultation with our office, contact us early. We have an extremely dedicated and professional staff. We see thousands of projects. We can offer you great assistance. Probably the biggest challenge we face are folks who are not used to working in New Mexico, who are coming from out of state. And I just would urge you, when you're hiring consultants, to have them partner with someone who knows how we like our documentation put together. We try to be flexible. As long as the information is there, we'll use it, and we will try to assist you, but we must have complete documentation in order to do our reviews. And of course, every state is a little bit different. The Good Records Check, our database on archaeological sites, is web-based. You must be a consultant because archaeological information is confidential in the state, both under federal and state law. You need to have a consultant who has signed a confidentiality agreement with our office. Each person has an agreement, not a company. So just to know, and everyone on my staff signs the same confidentiality agreement in order to access that information. So good information. The other is we're moving digital for everything, but we have about 30,000 buildings that aren't in the database, and a file check is a visit to Santa Fe. A wonderful place to visit, great food, beautiful environment, and an inexpensive trip. If it's very small, we'll do our best to help a consultant out. But again, contacting someone local who can do the file check if necessary is simply a better way to do business. We hope within about 3 to 5 years that all of the built environment will be in our database, as well as an updated real-time archaeological database and landscapes database. We're adding new layers as we speak, and clearly are moving in that direction. So here is my guidance: good, clear, concise documentation, a map of the project area and area of potential effect. We start, although we don't always require a survey automatically, it certainly is the standard. In all those dots on the map, that's about 12% of the estate that's been looked at. So that's 88% that hasn't been looked at, so that's a couple million properties. So we urge you to look first, knowing what to do for archaeology, knowing where it is. It's very simple to relocate. If we've already done, we'd not only track the properties, we tracked where people have looked. So on an earlier slide, it showed about 130,000 cultural resource projects are in our database as well. Now, some go back to the 19-teens. We've been maintaining records systematically since at least 1931, that is. And as a result, standards change. But nonetheless, you can access the information. We're scanning documents as well as having a tabular searchable database. And we think that certainly in a few years we'll be able to work very well together. We do like photographs. Visual effects has come up repeatedly. I think it is a challenge to be systematic. We've looked at balloon tests. We use GIS-based. If you're a 5'5" or a 6 foot tall person, what can you see from a property? And we also use those simulations. They're on any kind of GIS program these days. And finally, consult prior to consultation. We do have some PTC towers in place that we haven't consulted on, and I take the train and I go by them daily, so I know they're there. On the plus side, I know exactly what they look like, and they do appear to be following the program comment otherwise, other than letting us know. The complete documentation is the big success, and for us, the 620s and the 621s only have so much information. If there's a study done, we need to see the cultural resource study. If there have been prior studies done and you're trying to demonstrate there's no need for additional survey, we need that clearly explained in the documentation. It will save you time and save our reviewer time. We want to pick up the piece of paper once, go through the documentation, and make our decision immediately, not 3 or 4 times or delay. But if it's not complete, we'll send it back and ask for more information, and the clock starts again. So another reason not to do that. Again, good photographs are definitely worth a lot. When I started, and it predates at the SHPO's office, predates the national agreement, I was the FCC reviewer. So I remember when I only got NEPA documentation and Phase 2 terminology we don't use in the state. So again, I would encourage you to contact the State Historic Preservation Office or have your consultant do so. Partner with firms who are familiar with how the documentation is prepared. We do have standard forms we use in New Mexico. We register projects so that they can be available to you. We have a negative form. If you don't find anything, it's literally, you can fill it out online and file it. So we're trying to help you give us the information we need to get the projects done in a reasonable and efficient fashion for all. And that we are seeing, and we're pleased, far more tribal consultation routinely, and the tribes are participating more actively in our state than they did, let's say, 10 years ago. So thank you.
Let me slide up here. Okay, thanks to both of you. There's a consistent message that you've been hearing throughout the day, and that is cooperation and consultation, and talk to the SHPOs early, especially if you think you're going to have a difficult project. It saves a world of time and aggravation. The other piece is the landscape. Landscapes are becoming more and more important to all of us who do cultural resource management and historic preservation work. In my spare time here at the SEC, I participate in the Park Service's landscape initiative, looking at changes to Bulletin 38 and how they provide guidance on looking at landscapes within the Section 106 process and the National Register process. And it's been very interesting to hear people from the different states, different tribes, and other federal agencies talk about that. And I recognize, and I should be careful, I recognize as the FPO for an agency that licenses things that stand up tall in the landscape, that you can see towers for quite a distance. And I spend a lot of time traveling around the country, and I see a lot of towers. And so I recognize that that's one of the things that we do. And I also recognize, as I think Jan and Roger mentioned, our licensees, especially the larger companies, both as licensees and tower companies, are trying to avoid those kinds of adverse effects. It's not worth their while, and they're looking to be good citizens. So I think the industry is doing a good job that way. So with that, I have, I guess, our first question, and it's a question I'll answer, but I think it's something that you might want to provide some guidance on as well. And the question was, who at a local government should be contacted for comments on a proposed tower project? And that's a really broad question. I've seen some of, and they haven't done this for a while, but folks for a while who are building in the city of New York were sending Mayor Bloomberg letters and expecting a response. It sort of doesn't work. So it needs to be a more situational kind of thing, recognizing that the big city mayor, they're just going to throw them away. That's not appropriate. So you need to send them to a planning department or somebody that actually knows this. But probably when you're in a small town in New Mexico or somewhere out in southwest Virginia, you're going to want to send it to the mayor or to a planning department or to whoever. I'm not sure. So maybe you two might have some thoughts on who best to send these in different situations.
This is a question that we grappled with because we felt strongly that the local government needed to have a seat at the table, but people were asking this question, who do we contact? And you're exactly right. Letters sent to the mayor or even the chair of the city council will go unanswered. They don't know what this letter means, what's this 106 or, but we try to tell them that generally there's a local process that needs to be satisfied, and they need to be working with the local government anyway to get the proper approvals for the tower. And so working through those same channels for the federal process has been somewhat successful for us, but we still struggle with that. And we grappled with perhaps creating some sort of database of local government contacts, but the task became too great for us, quite honestly. We try to tap into some local government organizations. There are statewide organizations of local government officials, and they've been useful, but we still have fallen short in generating a database of local government contacts. Fortunately, our local our state archives, which we do not serve as the state archives. The Library of Virginia serves as our archives. They have generated and maintain a database of local historical societies. So satisfying that side of it, we can direct them to somebody else's resources. But generally, we advise folks to just dovetail with the local approvals, but also mention in that process that there's a federal process that needs to be satisfied, and if there are concerns about historic properties, then they can have a seat at the table for the federal process.
We haven't seen too many, or at least questions recently haven't come in on this. So we have some local governments that have their own ordinances that have passed in terms of towers. And our office has been, because we do provide a lot of support to local governments, there was, I think, a misunderstanding initially that we would be a sort of a clearinghouse for that. We do try to provide information, and if we have contacts, we'll certainly provide that to you if you ask. But it's That isn't something that we routinely have information on because it really is dependent on the local government in terms of contacts. We do maintain lists of people who do cultural resource work in the state, and that's on our webpage. And it's by discipline. So we do
So
that.
good question, but a hard answer.
In terms of another question, it says, for New Mexico, are there cultural resource permit requirements for telecommunication projects on state land? Well, if there's a survey on state land, there's a cultural resource permit requirement. That, in fact, in New Mexico, if you're on federal land or tribal land or state land, that includes land owned by municipalities and counties, you must have an archaeological permit to do survey. And our office does maintain that permit list, and it is available. We organize by both county and by community so that it's easy to find a nearby consultant. I think we have at this point in time between 400 and 500 preservation professionals who work routinely in the state, and that's at the senior level. That's at a high supervisory level. It started out simply for archaeologists, and then we expanded it into the other professions.
Okay. I think that's all the questions we received for this panel. Let me make one comment that I think, Roger, you mentioned it one of you mentioned it. In your state files, some of your files are digitized and accessible online, but I know for a lot of states who are doing that's doing a digital search online of your state surveys files is actually not complete, because a lot of things have not been included in those files yet. And you still have boxes on the floor that have to be digitized. And this is one of the things that I've been trying to get consultants to understand, that when you plan to go and look at a state's survey files to see what historic properties are within the APE, doing it online is probably is a good thing to do, but it may not be complete. And so you need to call that state and find out how complete their digitization is for the counties that you're working at. And I think that works for both of you.
Absolutely. I mean, we're definitely not up to date. And we are hiring people right now to do more so, especially for surveys, where surveys have been done and negative results. We actually have dedicated now an individual to put that information in. For many years, we were only recording where properties were found.
Okay.
And we undervalued knowing where people had looked. And so we do both, but you certainly should give us a call. And our staff have the knowledge to assist you, and if it's something easy, we'll pull the records and scan it and send it to you.
In Virginia, we consider our online resource, and I should have mentioned it, we just launched a new service, the Virginia Cultural Resource Information Service, our system. But we do consider complete and adequate for the purposes of review. We have most of our architectural resources in there. All of our archaeological resources are in there, as well as all the Phase 1 survey areas for archaeology are in there. We've dedicated a lot of resources and partnered with some of our state and federal partners to fund that initiative because they saw the value in having a desktop service that could give them the information they needed and didn't have to come to our office. So.
I'm envious.
Yeah. Any last thoughts or comments you want to pass along to the audiences, and both here and also on the internet?
I do have one more thing I had in my notes and I failed to mention. This is in regards to visual effects and the importance of engaging the affected stakeholders in the process of assessing those effects. It's critical that stakeholders are at the table to identify what those key views are for that resource. It really shouldn't be up to the consultant or the tower proponent to determine what the key views are of a particular historic property. So you might save yourself a lot of time and money by engaging the interested parties at the stage of evaluating those visual effects so that we can all agree that here are the key views that we need to assess the impacts from, so we don't have to go back out, fly another balloon, do more photo simulations or something. So I would recommend strongly to before expending that expense, if you think you're going to have adverse effects or want to do a balloon test, to go ahead and submit the Form 620, start consultation, and have a discussion about how best to assess the visual impacts, because that's not always easy, and we don't have the right answers. And the best thing we can do is just agree at what the appropriate way to move forward is. That's the right answer.
And I think it would simply echo that, getting the consulting parties to the table early on in the process so you can find out what the issues are. If someone presents themselves to you, let's say we have a trail association that's very active and involved and concerned about resources in the northeast part of our state, the time to talk to them is now. They know the resource well, they can assist you, and we can find a place where your project can go forward best. And I think it is listening and letting the consultation process actually assist you. It is a process. It doesn't demand a certain outcome. That's what makes it interesting as far as I'm concerned. We have had very creative and successful solutions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's great. And I think one of the things to read, Tom McCullough mentioned it, Jeff Durbin mentioned it, I've mentioned several times. This is a process. So the early consultation and early discussion and early involvement really makes the project successful. So I want to thank both of you for coming to D.C. and really appreciate your contribution this afternoon. I think that's, well, we're going to take a couple minute break, or you want to go right?
We have time.
Okay, we're going to go right into the next panel. Yes.
Go right ahead and set up the next panel. We were hoping to be able to break in the afternoon. As you can tell, we're running well behind schedule. So, if anyone needs to duck out at any point to the restroom for a few minutes, that'll certainly be understood. For folks on the webinar, our closed captioning people are going to need to leave at 4 o'clock, and we cannot legally continue the webinar without the closed captioning. So just advance warning that you're going to be cut off at that point. We will go back later and put in the captions, and we'll be able to post it on the website later, so there will be access. We're looking to wind up by about 4:30 because they're going to start shooing us out of the room around that time. So that's why we're going to move right ahead, because we certainly want to give you plenty of time to hear our tribal panel.
Okay. All right. In the interest of moving forward, let me again thank PCIA for providing the funding for our tribal representatives to come to D.C. I have real pleased that we have Dr. Linda Langley, who is the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Coushatta Tribe of Louisiana, Terry Clothier, who is an archaeologist with the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, and they're in North Dakota and South Dakota, and then Dave Harlson, who's the program manager and the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Grand Ronde, and you're located in Eastern Oregon? Western Oregon. Okay, Western Oregon. So we will move right forward. You guys, some of you brought presentations, and some of you just want to talk.
I think we all have presentations.
Okay, so.
And I have the clicker.
Okay, so I guess you get to go first then.
I promise to be quick, too. I'm glad to be here and to represent the Coushatta tribe. I'm not a tribal member, but I'm married to a tribal member, and they said that qualifies me to work for life for free for the tribe. So that's my qualification to be here, I guess. I put this up at the beginning because there are several mottos for our advisory group at the tribe, the Language and Culture Committee, and the strongest one, you'll see them on different slides, but they say that we do this, they say, cum ad la vista imolajes, which means for all of our children, for all generations to come. So it is a heavy responsibility. 100 times a day, if not more, people basically ask why they need to call us or why our opinion is important, and I totally get it. I say that to Steve and the FCC guys all the time. I see your side too. I understand industry, but I am coming from the perspective of a people who are literally entrusting me with their concerns for survival forever, for generations to come. So you guys got to understand that too. That's why we do what we do in our little office. We all were talking before the panel. We're representing very diverse views. You just saw New Mexico. This tribe would fit in, I don't know, the footprint of the actual reservation is tiny. I don't want to say how big, but you can see on the slide that there are 2 parishes. That is not our area of interest. That is the actual geographic location of the reservation. There are about 900 plus federally members of this tribe. There are 3 federally recognized tribes with Coushatta people: the Alabama Coushatta tribe in Livingston, Texas, the Alabama Quasarty tribe or tribal town in Oklahoma, and then I'm here representing the tribe in Louisiana. If not 100 times a day, frequently I get asked, consultants will come and say, but we already consulted with you. I know we did. We spoke with, and they'll talk about somebody from one of the other states or the other tribes. Tribal people often end up on the rolls of different tribes for different reasons. We have families on our rolls where half the family is on our rolls and half is on somebody else's. There's a long, long history. If you almost need to take a course in it to understand why that happens. I'm not being in any way disparaging, but it does happen often. The fact that you spoke to somebody in Oklahoma or Texas doesn't mean that my group or my council or the tribal administrator will say, oh, well, that's okay, any more than you talking to somebody in Virginia means that the New Mexico people will sign off. Certainly, if you spoke to Spain, France would not be obliged to sign off. And if you don't believe that, just look at the crowds at the World Cup. They really see themselves as diverse groups, however common their ancestry may once have been. So that's our situation. Like many tribes, I put this at the bottom, in the southeast, we have a very different history and experience. The tribe I'm here representing, the Coushatta people, are not part of any forced removal. They were affiliated with the Creek Confederacy, but the group in Louisiana is descended from the people who said that they saw the Creek War coming in a dream and left about 10 years before it happened. They were not prisoners of the United States. They just happened to not be like any other tribe you've worked with in that respect. So they claim, people ask me this all the time, but how do you say you have an interest in a state you no longer live in? Because we've gone back and that land is very special to them. Their parents or grandparents remember being there. They left voluntarily. That doesn't mean they don't care about it anymore. They have relatives still buried there, or for many reasons. So as I put up there are so many factors that could potentially impact the 106 process. Like everyone else today has said, you have to call, you have to talk to us, you have to initiate the consultation. Let me see my next slide. I just summarized it all. I'm sure you can see it online. Then I put up a really cool picture of a basket because I hate slides with only words, so I just couldn't do it. Our primary mission is to promote, protect, preserve everything. That's the land is usually what you're contacting me about, but there are many things that we are interested in protecting and preserving. On the FCC website, this is a double-edged sword. Yeah, I'm the official point. My name is on there. My email is on there. I'm going to add another email because somebody from the FCC's email, I think it was you, yours bounced back. And I was like, no, I know it works. So I almost didn't get to come because the email didn't reach me. But the point I want to make about this is that I'm not comparing myself to Bloomberg or anybody else, but it is okay to, once you have initiated the contact and I have told you that it is okay and we've started the process, it is okay to correspond or talk to somebody else in our office. We're small, thousands of requests a day. There are so many factors about this I could tell you, but basically you don't have to call on the phone and leave a message and wait for me personally to call you back once we've started the process, because that could sometimes take a really long time. I'm sure you guys would agree with that one. I don't need to follow on my laptop. I put up just some pictures and some things you can see. It's probably too small, but these are just a snapshot of what we do in a summer. And it's not just this particular one. Our kids followed the map of the migration route and identified the major archaeological sites along the way. So we can't fall down again on stressing that to you guys, because we're also teaching it to kids in both languages, and they're learning. They did it with the raffia, that is what they use to make their baskets. So it's very, very important. Most of the time, most of what you contact our office with, we do okay with you. We're going to be okay. But if not, we're going to have to come to the table, and you're going to hear case studies that make that even more clear than what I have. So I'm just going to leave it at that. What are our goals? They're all about the children, the future, long-term preservation. And then I thought I had one more thing that I might have skipped. Let me go back to it. Our current preferences on number 6. We don't have a digital database either, but we are one of the tribes that would request an initial contact be by email. We are trying a tree-friendly, all paperless process. My great claim to fame here, I guess, in my own mind, is everybody that you speak to or correspond with in our office, I think, is tribal, except for me. So most of the time, that works really well. You may find that the one person who does the database is not in. We don't have a whole lot, but we have trained tribal people. They can walk around with you. They can show you. They can come take pictures of your site. Don't hesitate to contact us. We do try to do it digitally, and all just correspond paperless and upload your responses. But if need be, we have people who know what they're looking for, and we can put them in touch, and you can get almost anything answered. And I just wanted to highlight number 7, like you've heard all day long. When in doubt, ask us. We'll be happy to tell you what we're looking for, if that map is sufficient, if that photo, whatever else. And then I'll go to the thank you and pass the clicker. They said you don't have to point it at anything, you just click.
Good afternoon. Linda mentioned that she'd be brief. Unfortunately, I won't be. As anyone who knows me knows, I tend to talk quite lengthy. And Linda, you also mentioned that you hate slides with text, so you're going to be driven nuts by my presentation.
I said only text.
Yeah, only text. That's pretty much what you're going to be looking at. So when I was asked to attend this meeting, I had no idea that I was going to have to present. And when I asked, I don't know why that went off. There we go. And when I asked what I should be talking about, the simple reply I got was Standing Rock Sioux Tribe's 106 process for TCNS projects, and to keep it to about 5 minutes. That's definitely not going to happen. This is a fine topic. However, once I realized who the target audience was, I decided to tailor this presentation to issues that are a bit more far-reaching than just one tribe's 106 process. According to my lawyers, I also must mention that this presentation and any opinions contained therein are my own and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe or its Tribal Historic Preservation Office. The lawyers and I often joke amongst ourselves that one of their duties is to keep me from getting the tribe sued, and I like to keep them as busy as possible in that regard. So. Anyway, Section 106 issues, interpretations, and processes. I'm the tribal archaeologist for Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, and I've been in that position for 4 years. Once again, my lawyers made me put this slide in. This presentation and all information and graphics contained therein are for educational purposes only. I love my lawyers. This is the general outline for the presentation, where the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe is geographically and where our general areas of concerns are. Issues surrounding identification, both tribal and non-tribal in the 106 process. And then finally, the topic that I was brought here to talk about, which is our process for TCNS projects, both on and off the reservation. You'll notice at the very bottom, there's a reference to the 2 towers and the comment that no, this is not a Tolkien reference, although my continued references to certain areas of this country as Mordor might be. I won't tell you where that is. The 2 towers actually is an example of what can happen when the TCNS system and tribal regulations are not followed, and it's an unfortunate incident. So. Go on to the next one. Standing Rock Sioux Tribe reservation is located both in North and South Dakota along the western edge of the Missouri River, and I'll have a slide next showing that. It is 2.3 million acres of tribal trust allotted in fee lands, and we are currently, to put this into perspective, that's equal to twice the size of Delaware or roughly half the size of New Jersey. We are currently staffed by the THPO officer, myself, the archaeologist, and the admin assistant. We process over approximately 150 requests per month, not including TCNS projects and the positive train control system projects, which are quite large. This is just a geographic location of Standing Rock as it sits in North Dakota. All of the stuff that you guys hear mainly about North Dakota, the Bakken oil field, is located north of our reservation and hasn't made itself that far south, which is totally fine by me. Why are the tribes concerned with projects outside of the reservation boundaries? This question comes up all the times in consultation from CRM companies, states, and unfortunately even federal agencies have all asked this question at one time during consultations that I've been involved with over the last 4 years. The main answers to that question are Section 101 D6B and ancestral and traditional territories. Section 101 D6B of the Act requires the agency official to consult with any Indian tribe or Native Hawaiian organization that attaches religious and cultural significance to historic properties that may be affected by an undertaking. This requirement applies regardless of the location of the historic property. Such Indian tribe or Native Hawaiian organization shall be a consulting party. There's 3 main points to this section that and how it relates to tribal involvement on projects. First, and this cannot be emphasized enough, is that the regulations specifically state may be affected by the undertaking. It doesn't say will. That is critical to understand, and that we get that quite often in consultations. Well, it's not going to affect it. And we say, well, it doesn't actually have to. It just says that there's the potential for it to affect. And that is something that we strive to impress upon applicants in particular. Secondly, regardless of location is important to understand as well. It doesn't matter if the proposed undertaking is on fee or private land, state or federal land. As long as there is a potential for it to affect sites of significance to tribes, the tribes must be consulted. Finally, this part of the Act establishes the tribes as consulting parties in the 106 process, which is important to understand as it relates to identification issues, as I will explain later. I thought I'd written that in there. For the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, the main focus outside of our reservation for Section 106 involves the ancestor of traditional territories, which include the states of Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, and Montana, and internationally into Canada, although the territory is traditionally accepted by Oceti-Sakowing, which means the 7 council fires of the Sioux Nation tribes, as being anywhere the buffalo roamed. So depending on who you're talking to, it could be most of the continent, according to that last sentence. So ancestral or traditional territories ties directly into the regulations through Section 101 D6B, as it requires tribes to be consulted for projects that may affect properties of significance wherever those properties might be, which just happens to usually be within the tribe's traditional or ancestral territory. Some tribes, as Linda had mentioned, have been removed entirely from their traditional territories and now reside completely in different states. Does that mean that these tribes don't have any concern from their historic properties that still exist within their original homelands? And no, it does not. And that is one of the issues that 101 D6B of the Act attempts to address. As I mentioned there in that slide, the ancestral territory for the Oceti-Sakowing tribes extends extends international into Canada. However, the application of Section 101 D6B has not been considered for projects which cross the international boundary, such as Keystone XL or other pipelines, even though it technically should, since 101 D6B applies regardless of the location. This becomes a bit of a thorny issue. If we have tribal members that cross the border and identify sites that are significant to them on the other side of the border, how does the federal government, in particular in the case of Keystone XL or other pipelines, the Department of State, how do they address that issue for sites that are still significant to us within our traditional territory but are located outside of the nation of the United States? The federal agency considered the environmental effects, and this is, again, relating to Keystone. The federal agency considered the environmental effects of increased tar sand production within another country while considering approval of this pipeline in the EIS. However, that same consideration was not extended to historic properties of significance to tribes, even though by law the federal agency must consider it. I mentioned my lawyers earlier. When I bring up questions like this to them, I can see veins beginning to pop in their heads. So they don't like when I bring up these kind of questions. Moving on. Section 106 and meeting the good faith effort. The good faith effort is often brought up in consultations, you heard it earlier today, between federal agencies and tribes, especially in contested ones where one party does not agree that it was met. In fact, it is one of the main talking points as it relates to identification and consultation between the two parties. How did the federal agency meet the good faith effort that is required for identification and consultation? There's 2 main sections within 36 CFR 800 regulations which require federal agencies to meet a vaguely defined and poorly understood good faith effort in relation to Indian tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations and other consulting parties. There is, however, a 3rd section where the good faith effort is mentioned in relation to tribes, and that's under 36 CFR 800.3 F2. However, it really doesn't say anything different than what is written in the following slides, although the main thing that it does establish is that any tribe who makes a written request to be a consulting party shall be considered one. I'm not going to go into F2, but I will go into the other 2 locations. My boss, the THPO officer, told me that I'm not allowed to mention the regulations more than twice because I start seeing people's eyes glaze over. Fortunately, she's on maternity leave right now and didn't get a chance to review this before I presented, so you guys have to put up with me here. 36 CFR 800.2 C2 Roman numeral 2A, and I apologize to the people that are doing the closed captioning for this as well. It is the responsibility of the agency official to make a reasonable and good faith effort to identify Indian tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations that shall be consulted in the Section 106 process. Most federal agencies fulfill this good faith requirement adequately with the help of the state historic preservation offices, who advise them on tribes who might have concerns within a given area, and by the tribes themselves when the consultation list has certain obvious omissions. Unless the federal agency is completely failing the 106 process, this good faith effort is rather easy to achieve, as it is wide open to interpretation by the federal agency on what constitutes the good faith effort. Some agencies consider just a letter to be good enough, unfortunately. There has been a lot of movement to change that. For instance, the Air Force recently issued guidance where they specifically said a single letter to a tribe does not constitute good faith effort, and I was very happy to see that as their own guidance when I was reviewing that document. While this sentence within 36 CFR 800.2, and I won't go into all the rest of it, is important as it establishes the federal agency's responsibility to consult with tribes, it is the preceding sentence which holds more weight for the tribes as it pertains to the involvement in the process. The agency official shall ensure that consultation in the Section 106 process provides the Indian tribe or Native Hawaiian organization a reasonable opportunity to identify its concerns about historic properties, advise on the identification and evaluation of historic properties, including those of traditional, religious, and cultural importance, articulate its views on the undertaking's effects, and participate in the resolution of adverse effects. This sentence within this section is critical to understand, as it outlines the role the tribes have within the process. For the Oceti-Sakowin tribes and other Great Plains tribes, it is essential that the tribes advise on identification and evaluation of historic properties, including historic properties of traditional, religious, and cultural significance within this process, as sites of significance to them will be harmed or utterly destroyed otherwise, as I'll demonstrate a little bit further in this presentation. This is the second area where the good faith effort is mentioned. It comes into effect through identification of historic properties. 36 CFR 800.4B1 under the level of effort. The agency official shall make a reasonable and good faith effort to carry out appropriate identification efforts, which may include background research, consultation, oral history interviews, sample field investigation, and field survey. On the surface, this sounds very good to everyone involved and gives some examples of how the federal agency will fulfill this requirement. However, it is not a standalone section of the regulations as it is often interpreted by federal agencies and states. It must be viewed in the context it is written as a subsection of the requirements of 36 CFR 800.4B. Unfortunately, the requirements of this section are not understood at all by many federal and state or tribal agencies. 36 CFR 800.4B. I can just hear my boss right now yelling at me. Identify historic properties. Based on the information gathered under paragraph A of this section and in consultation with the Shipo-Tipo and any Indian tribe or Native Hawaiian organization that might attach religious and cultural significance to properties within the area of potential effects, the agency official shall take the steps necessary to identify historic properties within the APE. The critical points to understand in this section are the entire thing. Key points, however, are based on the information gathered under paragraph A. And I'll get back to that with the next two slides. The consultation section, I hope, is pretty self-explanatory. But it does state that the agency official shall take the steps necessary to identify historic properties within the area of potential effect. The previous slide, B1, is one of those steps, and that's where the confusion happens and where there's a lot of issues with the tribes and how they try and get involved in the process. This gets taken as standalone, but you have to include this with it. And it's based on the consultation as explained at the beginning of this section of the regulations and the information gathered under paragraph A of 36 CFR 800.4. The important parts for the paragraph A, there's 4 parts, and it's the latter 2 that the tribes are concerned with. 36 CFR 800.4A3, seek information as appropriate from consulting parties, as established in Section 101D6B, as I presented earlier, and 36 CFR 800.2. The tribes are consulting parties within the process, and the federal agency must seek information from them pertaining to historic properties as part of the identification process as set out by 36 CFR 800.4B. In this section, keeping in mind that one of the roles of the tribes is to advise on those identification efforts. So what does this mean? It means that the federal agency is technically supposed to be asking us for advice, and that is what is supposed to be used to guide the level of effort. Quite often, they decide the level of effort by stating, well, we've met, we did an ethnographic review, that's good enough. And it simply isn't when you've got 15 tribes sitting consulting with you, and all of them are saying, you need to do some kind of identification. We know based on tribal information that there's numerous sites in this area. We've surveyed in the county next to it and found 400 sites just on one pipeline. We need better identification. And yet here's the federal agency saying, no, all we're going to do is an ethnographic study, and we're meeting that level of effort under B1. And that's where the issues come up. There is a purpose to all of this, and I'll get to it. So. A4, gather information from any Indian tribe or Native Hawaiian organization identified pursuant to 800.3F to assist in identifying properties, including those of religious and cultural significance to them, and may be eligible for the National Register, recognizing that an Indian tribe or Native Hawaiian organization may be reluctant to divulge specific information regarding the location, nature, and activities associated with such sites. This section seems pretty straightforward. The federal agency is required to gather information from tribes or Native Hawaiian organizations to assist in identifying sites of significance to them. And again, this is where things tend to go badly for the tribes in the process, as it is believed by many agencies that simply just asking them for information about the sites of significance fulfills this section. And that's simply not the case. In fact, that was argued in the court of law in 1995 with the Sendia Pueblo versus U.S. decision that is not the case. Simply asking for information from the tribes does not fulfill this requirement. The latter part of this sentence specifies that the information is used to assist in identifying sites of significance to tribes and not just to be gathered, which is what some federal agencies attempt to do, again, by conducting ethnographic studies only, for instance. For the Oceti-Sakowin tribes, which are the Sioux tribes that were part of the 7 Council Fires within the Great Plains, it is critical that they voice their opinion on the difference between archaeological and tribal identification issues and how that affects the identification and evaluation of sites, as explained with the next slides. The question then becomes, how did the federal agency meet this good faith effort when all of the information they gathered under these 2 sections? I don't know if that's going to do it. Trying to get it back up. All right. The question becomes, how did the federal agency meet the good faith effort when all of the information gathered under paragraph A is simply ignored? The simple answer to this is that in most cases it's not. The good faith effort isn't met by the federal agency. Is it up?
No, it's not up yet. You just have to talk.
No technology.
No technology. Well, all right.
Keep going.
Like I said, maybe I talked too long and I bored even the computer. So. The next slide coming up would be identification issues in the Section 106 process. And the question here is, an archaeological or ethnographic study is completed. Isn't that enough? Once again, this is a question the tribes hear all the time from federal and state agencies, and from third-party CRM companies? Fortunately, the simple answer is no. It really is not, especially on the plains where there's a vast difference in the understanding of sites between archaeologists and tribes. And I intend no disrespect to any archaeologists who might be in the audience with the following slides, but they are used to illustrate the need for tribal participation to carry more weight in this process than is currently being allowed by some federal agencies. Since we're waiting on technical difficulties, I had mentioned at lunch that when I first got this job working for Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, I was told by my traditional cultural specialist that I worked with and by the spiritual leaders that as an archaeologist, I can pretty much forget all of my training. That the sites that I was going to be viewing don't fall into those neat little categories that you're so used to putting them in. And they proved that to me on my second day, that what I was looking at, there's just no way to teach this in a university setting and to understand exactly what these sites represent.
Catch you up to where you are?
Don't know if that's working or not.
I'll try it back up. Back up?
Yeah.
Sure, just click right through this.
Trying forward or back?
Forwards.
Okay. Too. She's doing it actually.
Oh, is she?
Keep going. 2 more. 1 more.
Yeah, right here. Archaeological identification efforts are not the same as tribal identification efforts. While there are many similarities between archaeological and tribal identification efforts, for example, the survey methodology is not that different between the two on the Great Plains. We both set up transects and walk to identify sites, specifically just on the surface. There isn't a lot of subsurface testing done in the Great Plains. The understanding and knowledge of what these sites represent is vastly different. This affects the identification of features on sites, the recommendations for boundaries and buffers at sites, and for the actual physical effects to historic properties, including the destruction of sites if not properly identified by traditional cultural specialists. Yeah, let's go to the next one. Apologies for the crudeness of the drawing. Paint's not the most forgiving of drawings, but to illustrate this, here we have a stone circle identified by an archaeologist with a power line, the red line along the side of it, moved away from the stone circle so as to avoid it. This is just an example. I'm not using any specific sites for any of this presentation. This looks great and seems to fulfill the requirements of 106 quite nicely, if that is all that was found on the project by the archaeologists. I'm going to be keeping this to very simple examples, as the complexity of the sites on the Great Plains can be quite overwhelming, even for knowledgeable people to comprehend. To take this a step further, I once asked a federal agency if they or their archaeologists knew what it meant to have a certain colored stone in a specified location on a stone feature, or an opening at another specific location on a stone feature, and how that related to the interpretation of the site and to even dating the site in terms of the approximate age. They answered that they did not have that knowledge. I replied that if I asked my traditional cultural specialists those same questions, they would be able to answer it. They do have that knowledge. They know exactly what all of that means when I mention that. This is the difference between archaeological and tribal knowledge of these sites. The tribal knowledge still exists. It just has not been shared with people outside of the tribe, except in very specific circumstances. That is beginning to change on the Great Plains within the last decade, as the Oceti-Sakowin tribes realize that if they do not step up and fight for these sites' protection, they are going to lose them all. So again, this stone feature here Section 106, according to the archaeologist, this all looks good. We're avoiding it. No historic properties affected. Same stone circle. The only difference is that it is identified by traditional cultural specialists and represents a turtle effigy. Now, I'm sure there's people in the audience questioning why the archaeologists didn't see the additional elements of this feature, and I question that myself most times, and I'd love if anyone has an answer to that, because I certainly don't. I can assure you, however, that this is commonplace on the Great Plains. For example, we have had some projects where archaeologists would test an area when they did do subsurface testing and not record it because there was nothing found subsurface at that location. When the tribes went in afterwards and looked at these locations, they found well over 200 features, and specifically in areas that were tested by the archaeologists for no apparent reasons. They obviously saw something, because we're talking basic geometric shapes in a lot of cases, stone circles, triangular cairns, square cairns. They would test beside it or within it, and then because they didn't find anything subsurface, they didn't do anything with it. They didn't even record it as a site. So these kind of issues are occurring on the Great Plains. Personally, I believe that this has more to do with archaeologists refusing to interpret stone rings or features as anything other than teepee rings, even though the tribes have presented evidence to the contrary for well over a decade to the archaeologists and the federal agencies. The issue here is that your nice stone feature that was being avoided by the archaeologist recommendations is still in fact being destroyed, and your project should not have been given a no historic properties affected determination. So this leads to the following question. If the people conducting the identification effort cannot identify the site properly, why then is the federal agency leaving the buffer and boundary determinations to them as well? Which brings us to the following really disturbing slides. This is what happens when an archaeological consulting firm are allowed to decide buffers based on an MOA that allowed them to make the determinations on what was acceptable for buffers around a site. This was at a wind farm project in the Dakotas, and is completely disheartening that the federal agency allowed this to happen. As you can see in the following slides, the site was set up on a pedestal, and construction was allowed to go to within 5 feet of that site. Those construction blocks you see are actually marking off where a stone circle is. That's their 5-foot buffer, and they were allowed to go directly up to those. I'm certainly hoping that nobody in this audience thinks that this is a good example of preservation. This happened in 2010, and I can pretty much guarantee you that this site no longer exists due to erosion that would have happened through successive rainfalls in that area. And you'll see why once I can change it to the next slide. Same site. You can see the pedestal that's there. The interesting thing about this slide in particular is the trucks that are there. The tribe specifically requested that there be no truck traffic near this site, and that wasn't followed either. They obviously drive straight through it as an access road. And this is just another shot of that same pedestaling that's going on that site. All right, this site here, it's a little bit hard to see. Here we have a wind turbine base. In the background where you see those two piles of dirt, right in between them, there's a rock cairn there. And you can see once again they put a boundary around that rock cairn and did destruction right up to it. It's a little bit washed out. I wish it was a little bit clearer. The important part about this is that spiritual elders told the federal agency that this is a burial. This rock cairn represents a burial on the Great Plains. And I asked this question, would anyone in this audience be comfortable with this occurring where their parents, grandparents, or God forbid their kids were buried? I know I certainly wouldn't be happy that this was the way that it was preserved. Same project. I'm using this as a really bad case example of what we don't want to see. A different site, the individual standing in this is standing within the 5-foot buffer between the road and the ring. And that's, once again, I have serious doubts that that site exists anymore due to erosional factors. Okay, I guess with all of that being said, as the background for why the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe in particular requests identification on almost all projects where we have concerns for sites of significance. I'll get to what I was actually asked to talk about, which is the TCNS and FCC. I just felt it was necessary to discuss these issues to give you guys an understanding of why we do things the way we do. There's only like 2 more slides. How is the FCC fulfilling this good faith responsibility? The TCNS system is a great system, and I applaud the FCC for the development of this system, as it allows the tribes to inform the FCC precisely where they have concerns within the traditional and ancestral territory, and involves the tribes at the earliest opportunity. The good faith effort for identification with the FCC is done on a case-by-case basis as for specific projects, as it would be impossible to implement a system such as TCNS to account for it. The FCC have been very receptive to tribal issues pertaining to identification and evaluation, and at any times that there were any issues, they have gone out of their way to consult on a government-to-government basis, including a meeting with all of our legal counsel on numerous issues. Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, the process for on reservation, we have a 100% survey requirement. We require traditional cultural specialists on all projects where the THPO is not conducting the work. And there's a fee schedule for doing archaeological work within the boundaries of the reservation. Off-reservation, same sort of process. We require traditional cultural specialists to be present on the projects during identification. The key point to understand for that, traditional cultural specialists are not employees of our office and are not paid through our office in any way. They must be hired by the third-party contractor, the applicant, or the construction crew. We also sometimes defer our survey requirements to other Oceti-Sakowin tribes, but will not defer our requirements for survey to a non-Oceti-Sakowin tribe, as the concerns for sites and identification efforts might not match our own. And I guess the last part is the 2 towers. Since I did mention it, it was an incident where there was no TCNS notification on 2 towers on the reservation. There was no TCNS notification on the reservation. There was no consultation with our office to conduct any survey prior to. I found out about it when I drove by it, and one of the towers was half constructed. This led to numerous meetings with the FCC to deal with this issue that I think are resolved now. I believe they're in the final stages of being resolved. But I'll cut it short at that point so Don can talk.
Thank you very much, Terry. And now, we have been told we need to be done by 4:30, but we want to make sure that Dave has time for his presentation. And unfortunately, we probably won't have time for questions, but we'll see how that goes. So, great. Without further ado, Dave. And what are we doing with slides? Are we controlling that, or are you controlling that? Okay. So you're going to control the slides from over there? Okay, thanks. Great. Okay.
Well, my name is Dave Harrelson. I'm the program manager for Grand Rounds TIPO program. Slahayim, in the words of our people. I'm also a tribal member. My great-grandfather is Freeman Bean, who was the first tribal member in Western Oregon to own his own logging company. His great-great-grandfather is Joseph Shengretta, who signed the Willamette Valley Treaty of 1855. And on that note, I want to mention that while we talk about all these different laws, that if contractors or other people, like the FCC, have found themselves in representing the U.S. federal government, there's that whole chain of history, like we talked about the Organic Act with the National Park Service. Well, if you're working in an area and it's got a treaty that pertains to that area, it could be pretty valuable to look at that treaty, because that's one of those guiding pieces of legislation, and I can guarantee you that the tribes are going to regularly want to go back to that document. And as agents of the federal government, whether that's been passed down, for instance, we don't talk with Federal Highways a whole lot, but we sure talk to the Oregon Department of Transportation a lot. So our tribe's in Western Oregon. Next slide. We're going to talk about our mission, where we work, types of project, what makes a resource cultural, and examples of projects. We're going to power through this to get there. I will say there are 2 points that I want you to take away from this if I don't get to them, and that is, the first is understand the breadth and the complexity of the areas in which you work, right? I am a keeper, and my family has oral histories that relate back to what geologists can date in Western Oregon back 14 to 18,000 years ago. Extremely nuanced information, okay? That's amazing. When you're working with tribal groups, they have a complete complexity of knowledge that if you spent your entire life doing nothing but working with that community, you wouldn't have everything. And everyone in the community doesn't have everything either, and that's why we depend upon each other. So take that and the complexity of it and do it justice, because I've heard people make the recommendation, you need to find people who are local and knowledgeable, because more and more tribes are more and more sophisticated, and they're going to point it out that you don't know what you're talking about. So our TIPO staff, Dave Harrelson, Brees Edwards, Jordan Mercier, Dustin Kennedy. There's 4 of us, 5,000 projects over about a 14 million acre area. Pretty much all of Western Oregon, where all the development is on top of all of it. That's a lot of work. We have a few pictures. We really like tools. We develop a lot of tools to help us with all the review of that, so we're going to see those, and I'll try to talk about a couple of them. Mission. We're charged with the identification, recording, protection of cultural resources of significance and importance to the tribe. The TIPO provides tribal voice. Is this working? It seems like it's popping. Good. The TIPO provides tribal voice via review, comment, consultation, contracting, and partnerships associated with projects throughout the ceded lands and ancestral homelands. Ceded means that there's a treaty that relates to it. Ancestral homelands means anywhere where our people lived, and they're not the same lines. By advocating for the tribe's cultural resources, artifacts, materials, and practices, the office maintains and demonstrates stewardship responsibilities linked to its sovereignty and maintain connection throughout its ceded lands. This is a map that we developed. This has taken years to develop, probably over 2,000 hours of time. You realize why a lot of tribes in the U.S. haven't put out a map like this. One, they'd have to get over the confidentiality of it, which is a concern. What this is a map of Western Oregon. On the right, it shows the 7 individual treaties that were negotiated with the people that were removed to our reservation. The area in white is that total area that was ceded to the federal government. The area on the green on the outside is areas where we have ethnographic information or oral histories of our tribal members that tie people to that place. Before treaty period is basically what we're looking at, before 1855. So how do we do all those reviews? We review state and federal permits, partnerships, grants, tribal directives for our own land. Large-scale, long-term projects. We do our own projects. We also do grant-funded research. Right now we're doing a tribal cultural landscape study that's funded by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. We're developing a methodology with 2 other tribes, the Makah and the Yurok, and we're looking at that. This is something that we're actively involved in. We wrote a white paper that went around about our approach to TCPs that we submitted for Bulletin 38. We're very engaged at the national level. And we're contributing to that conversation about cultural resources. We also have a ground-penetrating radar, which we use a lot for cemeteries, both prehistoric and historic work that we do. Monitoring, archaeology survey, oral histories, NAGPRA, mapping, build partnerships. So in essence, I'm going to summarize this real quick and say that within cultural resources, there's tangible and there's intangible, and then there's crossover. People are generally archaeologists, right? It's easy to find a contractor who can contract not necessarily good or bad work. I'm not trying to make that determination, but you can find a contractor who can help you with the tangible part of cultural resources. The intangible is a lot more difficult, and that's because that expertise is typically held by tribes when it comes to intangible cultural resources of a tribal focus. There are others, but it's held by the people who know that intangible nature. This could be things like language, traditional stories, oral teachings, family stories. All this is tied to place. I heard people talk about battlefields, and it's, what's the meaning of that battlefield? Well, it's a place where you can understand what it is to be an American. You can transmit that to your children. You can communicate it. Well, we have those places too. The hills outside of Salem, our capital, that's where the birthplace of the Kalapuya people. That's where they came from. We didn't travel somewhere else. We came right out of those hills. That's our creation place. That is extremely significant. Are there towers on top of that? Yes. Are we worried about them? Yes. So as a part of that, we have econom, which are our stories and our myths. So source materials, how do we get at this stuff? Historic, ethnographic information, things that were collected by academics. And then we have modern, because it's still in our communities. That's why we do oral histories. Sometimes we can find an archaeological expression and then start to ask questions of tribal leaders and inform our oral histories. So some of the projects, we do ethnobotanical surveys. That's a big part. You can think about NEPA, but for us, we're worried about cultural plants. We're worried about those gathering places that have been gathered since time immemorial, where my great-great-grandparents gathered camas. That's that purple flower in this slide. Well, that place is really special. That's a place where I can go, and not only is it the best place to gather camas, and always has been, but I have an obligation to manage that because that's the way of it all. That's Shawash Kagwa. That's the Indian way of doing things. And I am essentially communing with the offspring of the plants that my grandparents communed with. So we also do projects that I wanted to bring up for this, and I'm just going to mention a case study of Mount Angel. And there might be somebody in this room that interacted with this project, but it was a TCNS project. It was a collocation on a water tower. And we said, well, that's a sacred place. And they said, well, what's the integrity? And we said, well, what do you mean? And they said, well, there's a abbey on it now. It's a Catholic abbey. And we went, yeah, well, people are praying there, and people have always prayed there. And we have a lot of documentation about the praying that went on in that place for thousands of years. And we have tribal members that are Catholic today, and they go up there to pray. And so we have cultural continuity. Praying is still taking place in that location, and we need to make sure that the intent behind that praying isn't going to be impacted. So as a suggestion, our office said, well, we'll complete a traditional cultural property study to address the potential eligibility of this site and write up a report. And better yet, since the tribe is doing it and not a contractor, because quite frankly, you're not going to find a contractor who has the expertise, we'll also give you a recommendation about what the tribe's take on it. In the end, it was found in this particular case, the important thing was not so much the place as it was the view shed from that place. And because you could sit with that tower to your back and still look at the places where you needed to look, the integrity of it was fine. Recommendation was to proceed. They're all not all going to be that easy. I think we all know that in this room. We do a lot of modeling. This is the Oregon coast. A whole bunch of overlaid information, known village sites, known place names,
known gathering areas, and suddenly you start to realize the sort of lens that we're looking at when we pull up GIS and look at layers is that I do my identify button around your project area, and I've got all types of information. On the far right is where it's all been collected. And I wrapped up early. I will, fortunately, if you're here tomorrow, I'll try to give some more detail of some of those case studies and things of that nature. But maybe we have time for a question.
Well, probably not, because we're already paying overtime to the people doing the closed captioning. As Jeff Steinberg mentioned, we can't do this without closed captioning. So, but I'm going to take my prerogative to do 2 minutes of wrap up for the three of you. And what I want to say is this has been a very powerful session. And if you've been paying close attention, which I know you all have been, you've gotten a very important message, which is that in our regulations, and it's in the Form 620, when you're doing the work for the SHPOs, you can use their databases and rely on their databases to get a complete list of historic properties. When you're looking at tribal concerns, tribal historic properties, those lists don't exist. You need to talk to the tribes, and they're the keepers by marriage, by employment, by uncountable generations of experience and oral history passed down. They're the ones that know where their sites are. They're the ones that know how our communications towers are going to affect their sites. So you really need to talk to the tribes. You're required to talk to the tribes. And remember, the TCNS is a notice system, not consultation. So you're just notifying them through TCNS. The other thing I wanted to touch on is something both Dave and Terry said, is that, and I've had this experience happen twice to me in the Northern Plains, where because of projects, I've been taken to a site with a collection of tribal archaeologists and tribal elders, with a European American trained archaeologist. That archaeologist has stood on the site and said, "There's nothing here." Twice that's happened with two different archaeologists. In both cases, the tribal people that were there said, "It's fine that you're saying that, but recognize you're saying that from the middle of a prayer circle. You're standing on top of a site and telling us there's nothing here. And here's all the pieces." And in some of those cases, there were burials there. So you need to be very, very careful when you're working with projects that are going to have an impact on tribal sites. So that's why it's very, very important, and the FCC can't emphasize this. So it's not just me; it's the agency can't emphasize this enough. You need to be respectful of the tribe's information and their interest in properties, not just where they live, but where they used to live. I had the experience of going back to Massachusetts for a vacation past 2 weeks. What's where my mom's family's from? So I went to sites that were important to my mother's family, who's been there for a few generations. And that was a very powerful experience for me. And I can understand how that works for tribes that have been in one place for 14,000 years. And so yeah, we all need to take that away with us. And I see by the magic clock on the back wall that we're at 4:30.
I'm just going to take literally 30 seconds then to wrap things up here. Thank all of our panelists from across the country or across town or across the hall. Steve Del Sordo for conceiving of these workshops and putting everything together. PCIA again for their support. All the staff, I was going to mention you by name, but you know who you are. Reminder to everyone that these the video and all of the materials from today are going to be posted online at www.fcc.gov/events. For anyone who's traveling home tonight, have a safe trip. Those of you on the web, we appreciate your being with us. And those who are coming back tomorrow, we're looking forward to seeing you. Thank you.